Chapter 2593. Hearing this, the cultivators thought of the figure in the waiter's uniform that walked past them 4 hours ago, and their faces couldn't help but tighten. Damn it! He stretched out his hand and threw his waiter out, smashing him to the first floor. The waiter cried out in pain and scrambled to his feet to hide behind the shopkeeper. 2 tables on the first floor were smashed. Seeing the murderous aura of these people, the shopkeeper didn't dare to pursue the matter. He just protected the waiter and watched them leave. After they left, he turned around and asked the waiter what was going on. The cultivators who left the inn gathered together, and there were actually more than 10 of them. Ling Tianyu only saw a few people outside and didn't know that there were people behind her and on the first floor of the inn. They left 4 hours ago, so they should be far away by now. Where should we go to find them? A cultivator asked, and his gaze fell on the leader. The leader's face was gloomy, and he stared at the people coming and going on the street and said in a cold voice, "It wasn't easy for us to find her here, but now we have no clues. We can only go back and wait for news." Feng Jiao, who had already left the city, was walking on the mountain road. She had no idea that those people were no longer chasing after her. She was still wearing the waiter's clothes. Her originally beautiful face had already been disguised into the ordinary face she used most in the past. Her aura was also restrained, and she looked silly. People who didn't know her would only think that she was a teenager from the countryside or somewhere else when looking at her. However, very few youths would walk at night, especially on this mountain path where there were no villages or shops. The sound of horses galloping could be heard from the mountain path, and Feng Jiao stopped to look. She saw 2 carriages, one in front of the other, and there were lights in front of the carriages. They didn't look like lights, but more like luminous pearls. Seeing this, she retreated to the side of the mountain path and let the carriages pass. A carriage traveling at night? There should be something urgent. Otherwise, it would be normal for carriages to rest at night, and very few carriages would travel at night. Although there was a distance between them, because there was no one else on the road, she could faintly hear the sounds of laughter coming from the carriages. There seemed to be old people, as well as young men and women. Look, there's a young man outside." A young girl's charming voice rang out with a smile and curiosity. She looked at the young man, standing by the roadside in the night. Feng Jiao looked up and saw the girl in the pink dress, poking her head out of the carriage window. She blinked her limpid eyes and looked at him curiously. What's so strange about that? After all, not everyone can sit in a beast carriage like us. A young man's voice sounded, and there was a hint of arrogance in his tone. "Grandfather, that young man is resting on the grass by the side of the road. We haven't had much rest along the way, so why don't we get off the carriage and walk around? I was tired after sitting in the carriage for a whole day. Moreover, I saw that the stars in the night sky were so bright. I want to go down and take a look." The young girl's charming voice came from the carriage and faintly fell into Feng Jiao's ears. Feng Jiao sat down on a grassy slope. He took out a small tent from his space and set it up. Then, like a wisp of smoke, he slipped inside and isolated himself from the whistling night wind outside. Chapter 2594. She sat cross-legged in the small tent and took out some pastries to eat as she looked at the starry sky outside. The stars twinkled and shone brightly. However, when she looked at the moon and stars in the sky, she thought of the people in 100 River City. Now that she was here alone, she didn't know when she would return, and she didn't know how they were doing. Inexplicably, her originally good mood gradually sank. However, when a figure arrived outside her tent and waved, she gathered her thoughts and raised her head to look at the pretty girl in the pink dress. "Ai, why are you here alone? Aren't you afraid? I heard from my grandfather that there are ferocious beasts roaming around here. How dare you rest here alone?" The girl asked curiously. Just as she was about to move closer, she was pulled back by a young man behind her. "Little sister, why are you moving so close? I don't know where this person came from. He's so dirty, don't get too close." The young man was dressed in fine clothes and had the appearance of a noble young master. However, at this moment, he was looking at Feng Jiao, who was sitting in the tent, with disdain. Feng Jiao ate some pastries and looked at them. He then looked away and looked at the stars in the sky, ignoring them. They were just 2 brats. It would be boring to talk too much. You two don't go too far. A gentle female voice sounded, attracting Fengjiu's attention. He saw a beautiful woman dressed in simple but elegant clothes. She was wearing a white dress and was standing next to the carriage with a smile. Next to the beautiful woman was an imposing middle-aged man. When the middle-aged man heard the beautiful woman's words, he called out to the girl and the young man, "Your mother told you not to go too far. Did you hear? Come back quickly." The girl quickly ran back and affectionately held the beautiful woman's hand as she said, "Mother, there's a young man about the same age as Big Brother. He set up that tent and wants to rest here. Mother, why isn't he afraid of being eaten by a wild beast?" Hearing this, the beautiful woman and the middle-aged man looked at each other and smiled. The middle-aged man's deep voice carried a smile as he said, "I only know that if you're here alone, you'll definitely be eaten by a wild beast." "Father," the young girl called out reluctantly. Another old man came down from the carriage in front. He stroked his beard and looked up at the night sky. He smiled and said, "Tonight's weather is really good. The bright moon shines on the road, and the cool breeze caresses my face. If we're not in a hurry to return to the main house, we can rest here for the night." "Grandpa, can't we rest here for the night? We're all so tired from rushing all the way." The young girl pouted. "Hee, I'll be fine after resting for a while. We've already wasted quite a bit of time on the road. We can't let the main family wait for us, so as to avoid the dissatisfaction of some people in the family. But I don't want to go back too early. If I go back too early, the people in the clan will make father go to the heart of the island. I heard from Big Brother that that place is very dangerous. Little girl, you can't mention this again, especially when you're in front of the main house." The old man instructed. The young girl spat out a mouthful of saliva and made a face. She pulled her mother towards a small tent and said, "Mother, come. Let's go talk to that little brother and ask him why he's so bold. I dare to be alone in the wild." Chapter 2595. Fengjiu sat in the small tent eating pastries. When she heard the young girl's words, her eyes flashed. The heart of the island? The heart of the Peng Lai immortal island? Her heart skipped a beat, and the speed of her eating slowed down. The beautiful woman was pulled to the front of the small tent by the young girl. When she saw the thin and weak figure sitting in the small tent, she couldn't help but be startled. She heard from her daughter that it was a young boy, but she didn't expect the young boy to be so thin and small. Seeing the young boy, who was about the same age as her son and daughter, sitting there eating alone, she couldn't help but feel motherly. "Why are you here by yourself? How could your family be at ease letting you travel alone?" the beautiful woman asked in a gentle voice. Her gentle gaze fell on Fengjiu's face. Fengjiu took a bite of the pastries. Her clear eyes blinked, and there was a simple and honest expression between her brows. She tilted her head slightly and looked at her without saying a word. "My mother is asking you a question. Why aren't you answering? Could it be that you're mute?" The young boy shouted and glanced at Fengjiu impatiently. Once he said those words, the others were all startled. Mute? The beautiful woman and her husband looked at each other. Finally, she looked at Fengjiu and asked, "Are you unable to speak?" Fengjiu thought for a moment and nodded. She held the pastries with both hands and continued to eat. Her actions and appearance were like a child who had been starving for a long time. "Husband, look at this child." The beautiful woman looked at her husband and hesitated. "Madam, you're not thinking of picking him up and bringing him along, are you? This is a human, not a small animal." The man shook his head and smiled with a helpless expression. "No, I'm thinking that our carriage also has space. If this child is going the same way as us, why don't we bring him along so that he won't encounter any danger on the road?" the beautiful woman said gently. Seeing this, the middle-aged man didn't speak. He only stared at Fengjiu and sized him up. "Do you want to come with us? We have a carriage that can bring you along. In any case, the road is still far away. You can come with us." The young girl squatted in front of Fengjiu and looked at her with a smile. Hearing this, Fengjiu was slightly startled. She blinked her clear and harmless eyes at the people in front of her, finally thought and nodded. At the same time, she extended her hand and handed a pastry to the young girl to show her friendliness. "Hee, for me to eat? What kind of pastry is this?" The young girl was not wary of others. Seeing Feng Zhou pass the pastry to her, she picked it up and was about to eat it when the middle-aged man beside her coughed softly. "Little Sure, have you forgotten what father said to you again? When you're outside, don't simply eat things given by strangers." The middle-aged man said calmly. Hearing this, she said, "He's too. He's. What's more, he doesn't know us and won't poison us. What's there to be afraid of?" As he spoke, he took a bite of the pastry. It's delicious." She smiled at her parents and said to Feng Zhou, "Thank you. My name is Xie Shirsi." The poem at the front is the poem of poetry, and the poem at the back is the poem of yearning. My family calls me Little Sure. What's your name? Just call him Mute. What's the point of calling him that? The young man kicked the dirt on the ground and snorted. He looked at Feng Zhou with disdain. Chapter 2596. Feng Zhou came out from the tent and put away the small tent. The young girl beside him was chattering nonstop. Beside the carriage, the old man saw the two of them coming over and looked toward the figure who was putting away the small tent. He asked, "You want to bring that young man with you?" The middle-aged man looked back and said, "That young man looks very ordinary. He has a simple and honest face. I can see that he is just an ordinary child with a little bit of cultivation. He is also a mute who can't speak. In addition, Xiao sure likes him very much, so I thought that it would be fine to bring him along. Let him sit outside the carriage with the coachman and let him leave when we reach the city." A child who didn't seem to be a threat. Since his wife and daughter wanted to help him, he would agree to it. When the old man heard this, he nodded and said, "Let them enter the carriage." With that, he entered the carriage first. The beautiful woman and the middle-aged man sat in the back carriage, while the old man and the siblings sat in the front carriage. Feng Zhou stood to the side, hesitating about which carriage to sit in. Then he saw the young girl stretch her head out and waved at him. "Sit here. Come quickly." He paused for a moment, then walked into the carriage and sat beside the coachman. However, the moment he sat down, he was pulled into the carriage by the young girl. "Little sister, why did you pull him in? He looks so dirty." The young man frowned and avoided Feng Zhou, not wanting to touch him. "You Tong, how can you speak like that?" The old man who had his eyes closed opened his eyes when he heard his words. He frowned as he looked at the young man. His old voice was filled with vigor as he said, "Although the strong are respected in this world, words and deeds are also very important. Today, you are a descendant of the Xie family, so your status is respected. But if you weren't a descendant of the Xie family and were just a commoner, what would happen?" When the young man heard the old man's words, his face turned red and he lowered his head. "Grandfather, Grandfather doesn't want to scold you. I just want to teach you how to conduct yourself. You're still young now, but in a few years, if your words and deeds are still like this, people will only look down on you. You must remember, if you want people to respect you, you must respect others first." The old man's voice was deep as he lectured. At the same time, his gaze turned to Feng Zhou. When Feng Zhou heard the old man's words, he couldn't help but be surprised. In this world where the strong were respected, it was rare for the old man to teach his children like this. But no matter how strong one's strength, one's heart. Moreover, if one were to speak with disdain, contempt, and disdain, then how could such a person obtain the respect of others? Yes. Big brother, you should listen to Grandpa's words more. Grandpa's words make the most sense. The girl said with a smile, "Is it natural or acquired?" The old man looked at Feng Zhou and asked. When she met the old man's gaze, she paused for a moment. She saw a small tea table in the middle of the carriage, and there was a pot of tea on it. She dipped her finger into the tea and wrote a few words on the table, telling him that she couldn't speak because of a recent injury to her throat and that she would recover in a few days. Seeing this, the old man nodded and said, "Since we have met, it must be fate. Let's keep them company for the rest of the journey." Feng Zhou looked at the two of them and nodded. Chapter 2597. The girl blinked her eyes and asked Feng Zhou with a smile. Seeing this, Feng Zhou wrote Feng Zhou on the table. "Feng Zhou, your name is so simple, but I don't think I've heard of the surname Feng." The girl looked at the old man and asked, "Grandpa, have you heard of the surname Feng?" The surname Feng is not common. The old man looked at Feng Zhou and asked, Where are you from? Where are you going?" Hearing this, Feng Jiu wrote the words vagrant cultivator on the table. "You call yourself a vagrant cultivator? You're even weaker than me." Shy Yutong glanced at Feng Jiu and whispered, "Vagrant, vagrant, vagrant, vagrant. No wonder he sleeps in a small tent on the side of the road." Feng Jiu, who was sitting in the carriage with them, gradually fell asleep during the questions and answers. She leaned against the corner of the carriage and fell into a deep sleep, her whole body slanting over. As the night deepened, the brother and sister also fell asleep. Only the old man opened his eyes after they fell asleep, and his wise eyes fell on Feng Nine. After chatting for a while and observing him, he found that this youth was ordinary and unremarkable. Since he wasn't a threat to them, he didn't pay too much attention to him. He leaned against the carriage and fell asleep. Feng Jiu closed his eyes and breathed deeply, but he was not asleep. She was thinking in her heart. First, she was unfamiliar with this place, and it would not be easy to find the heart of the island. Second, she happened to meet the people of the Xie family. It seemed that they were also going to the heart of the island. Instead of looking for it herself, it was better to follow them first and find an opportunity to go there. In particular, the ladder of immortality was so mysterious. She also wanted to take advantage of this period of time to find out more about the ladder of immortality and learn more about this place called Punglai. Therefore, she thought it would be a good choice to follow the people of the Xie family. More importantly, she felt that the people of the Xie family were very pleasing to the eye. The spirit beast carriage ran at an extremely fast speed, and the sound of its hooves was like a lullaby in the night, causing the people in the carriage to fall asleep as they listened to the sound of the horse hooves. The night passed peacefully. However, when it was almost dawn, the spirit beast carriage suddenly stopped as if it was hit by something. Because of the inertia, the people in the carriage also swooped out. "Ah, what happened?" Xie exclaimed. After stabilizing herself, she stuck her head out of the window. However, when Feng Jiu raised his eyes and glanced over, he saw a flash of cold light. He immediately stretched out his hand and pulled her back. "Be careful," the old man exclaimed in a low voice. His heart seemed to be in his throat at that moment. When he saw the sharp sword cutting through the window with his own eyes, he couldn't help but sweat in his heart. If it weren't for Feng Jiu pulling her back, his granddaughter would have been beheaded. Xie, who fell in the carriage, turned pale and asked, "What's wrong?" "I just felt like my body was trapped and I couldn't move," she said with lingering fear and patted her chest. Shy Yutong also came to his senses and said, "Listen, why does it seem that there is a fight outside?" Chapter 2598. "Grandpa, the coachman was killed," Shy Yutong said with an ugly face. He stood up and jumped out of the carriage, ready to join the battle. "Come back. Don't run around." The old man's face sank, and he shouted. Seeing that his grandson had jumped out of the carriage, he pulled Xie out of the carriage. Seeing this, Feng Jiu, who was still in the carriage, also got out of the carriage. He glanced around and saw that there were more than 20 black-robed men who attacked the Xie family, while there were only a dozen shadow guards who followed and protected them in the dark. Although their strength was almost the same, the situation was not optimistic because there were so many of them. In particular, other than the hidden guards, the only ones who were relatively strong in the two carriages were the old man and the middle-aged man. Now, the old man had to protect his grandsons, and the middle-aged man had to protect his wife, who didn't have any fighting strength. Seeing that the beautiful woman was hiding beside the middle-aged man, she was obviously afraid but still didn't say a word. She couldn't help being curious. The Xie family sounded like a big family. Why did they marry a woman who had no cultivation? It was strange. Shy Yutong couldn't dodge in time. His arm was cut by the sword chi of a black-robed man's long sword. Blood suddenly oozed out, which made him instinctively exclaim and stagger back. However, at this time, the black-robed man's long sword went straight up and aimed at Shy Yutong's life. It seemed that he was ready to kill him. "Yutong! Be careful, Yutong!" The old man couldn't go forward because he was protecting his granddaughter, and the middle-aged man couldn't leave because he was protecting his beautiful wife. Seeing that Shai Yutong was about to be killed, the two men's eyes turned red and their killing intent burst out. The long swords were even more fierce. Both of them wanted to rush forward to save him. However, at this time, Feng Jiao, who was standing beside the carriage, moved quickly and pulled Shai Yutong's collar, pulling him behind him. The sword also stabbed down at the same time. The fierce sword chi whistled past, which made Shai Yutong's face change slightly and his movements become stiff. After seeing that he had dodged the fatal blow, the CF family members heaved a sigh of relief. They tried their best to gather together, protecting the weak behind them. Feng Jiao pulled Shai Yutong to avoid the attacks of those people. Because Shai Yutong was frightened, his reaction was half a beat slower. Even when the knife in the hand of the man in black fell between the two of them were separated by a small distance. Feng Jiao's eyes flashed when he saw the two black-clothed men approaching. If she had used her full strength, she would have been able to dodge them easily. She could have even killed the two men in black. However, she would have exposed her true strength. If she had exposed her true strength, it would have been difficult for her to approach the Xie clan. Thinking of this, her heart moved slightly. When she saw the two men in black coming, she rushed forward, hugged Shai Yutong, pushed him down, and rolled to the side of the old man. However, when the two of them were rolling away, Feng Jiao saw a cold light refracting towards him. He was originally prepared to avoid it, but when he got closer, he changed his mind and raised his hand to block it. Chapter 2599. Feng Jiao covered his wound with one hand and endured the pain as he stood up. At this moment, the old man pushed Xie Shirsi to her side. Then, in a flash, he rushed out and killed the two black-robed men in an instant. With the deaths of those people, the number of black-robed men gradually decreased. The remaining few saw that the situation was not good and immediately retreated. As those people retreated, the surroundings regained its tranquility. However, whether it was the corpses on the ground or the smell of blood in the air, it was impossible to ignore Datang. How are you? Are you hurt? The beautiful woman hurriedly helped her son up from the ground and looked at him from head to toe. Mother, Big Brother's arm was scratched. It's not a big deal, Xie Shirsi said and looked at Feng Jiao, but Feng Jiao seems to be injured quite badly. This wound is still bleeding. Seeing this, the beautiful woman hurriedly went forward. Come, let me apply some medicine for you and bandage your wound. She took out some medicine and hurriedly applied it on Feng Jiao's wound while thanking her. If it wasn't for me, my family's Tang might not have survived. Thank you for saving him. You are his savior. Brother, come, let me apply medicine for your wound. As Xie Shirsi spoke, she came to her brother's side and checked his injured arm. After cleaning it, she sprinkled some medicine on it and bandaged it. Seeing that the situation had stabilized, the old man and the middle-aged man stood together and whispered something to each other while the shadow guards cleaned up the corpses on the ground. It's been a good journey. It's been peaceful and nothing has happened. I didn't expect them to be lying in ambush here. If there were more people, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to deal with them. The middle-aged man said in a low voice as he looked at his family and the injured youth. It's all thanks to him. If he hadn't pulled Yutong back, Yutong would be a corpse now. The middle-aged man sighed. He was injured in order to save Yutong. The old man also looked at Feng Jiao with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Just now I saw that his footwork was very strange. He moved his feet and his figure dashed out. His speed was very fast. It doesn't seem to match his strength. Hearing this, the middle-aged man glanced at Feng Jiao before shifting his gaze away. Looking at the wives and children surrounding the young man, he couldn't help but reveal a serious expression. Father, we haven't even reached the main family, and it's already like this. If we reach the main family, will this kind of thing happen every 2 or 3 days? You also know that they are not good at scheming and scheming. I am really worried that they will cause some trouble in the main house. Don't spout nonsense, the old man said in a deep voice. Until now, there is no evidence to say that it was done by the main family. We can't simply suspect. Who else could it be other than them? If it weren't for the people from the main house telling us to move to the main house, we wouldn't have encountered these things on the way. All right, we'll talk about this later. Let's take a look at that young man first. The old man said as he walked towards Fengjiu. How is it? Is the injury serious? The old man asked as he looked at the young man's face while he endured the pain. It's not light, but I've already applied medicine. It's just that it won't heal for a few days. The beautiful woman said as she looked at the young man's bandaged arm and sighed in relief. Yutong, what are you still standing there for? Come and thank Xiaojiu. If it weren't for her, you would have been dead. Chapter 2600. Thank you, Shai Yutong said awkwardly in a low voice. As soon as he finished speaking, he ran to his mother's side. Feng Nine smiled and lowered her head to look at the wound that she had bandaged. Burn the corpses of our people and bring their ashes back. When the time comes, send them back to their families. The old man instructed the secret guards. He looked at the corpses and sighed softly in his heart. The fire rose in the night sky, illuminating half of the sky. A gust of wind blew, and there was a foul smell in the air. Those secret guards did as he said and cremated the bodies. After picking up the ashes, they took out jars from their chinkoan bags and stored them inside. Fengjiu saw that they were skilled and prepared. Obviously, it was not the first time that they had done such a thing. It seemed that they had dealt with the dead secret guards in this way before. Compared with burying them, it was better to burn them like this to prevent future troubles. After all, no one knew if there would be any ferocious beasts digging up the bodies buried in the ground and gnawing them. If they burned the bodies and took the ashes back to their families, no one would worship them after they died. Let's go. Let's go back first, the old man said and motioned for them to get on the beast carriage. The guards who had been hiding in the dark also showed up and followed the carriage. They continued to move forward. As the sky gradually brightened, the carriage gradually approached the next town. The old man frowned slightly, looked at Fengjiu sitting beside him, and asked, Xiaojiu, what are you going to do next? Do you have relatives in the city? Hearing this, Fengjiu shook his head. Seeing this, the old man pondered. His eyes fell on his injured arm. After thinking for a while, he said, We are going back to the main family this time. We will settle down in the main family of the Xie family. If you come with us, I'm afraid that hearing this, Shai Yutong glanced at Fengjiu, who was sitting beside him with his head down, and said, Grandpa, let him wear the clothes of secret guard and pretend to be a secret guard in our mansion. Otherwise, let him be my manservant and follow me around. Hearing this, Fengjiu looked up at him with some surprise. What are you looking at? I just don't want to owe you a favor. Don't you have nowhere else to go? Since that's the case, you can stay by my side as my manservant. I can't promise you anything else, but I'll definitely provide you with 3 meals. The old man thought for a moment and looked at Fengjiu. If you really have nowhere else to go, then stay by Yutong's side. This young man seemed to have a calmer temperament than Yutang, and there was a simple and honest look between his brows. With his ability to read people, he didn't seem to be someone with bad intentions. When Fengjiu heard the old man's words, he smiled and nodded. He then wrote the word, Thank you on the table. That's great. Then you can play with me in the future, Xie Shirsi said happily. Let me tell you about our Xie clan. After arriving at the Xie clan, you should stay by Yutong's side. Don't be impulsive. After all, we're not direct descendants in a large clan, so it's hard for us to have a say. Fengjiu nodded and listened as the old man told the 3 of them about the things they needed to pay attention to when they arrived at the Xie residence. Chapter 2601. The old man shook his head and smiled. We are all members of the Xie family. If the main family asks us to go back, of course we have to go back. What's more, it's a great thing in the eyes of others. After all, the collateral relatives have to rely on the main family. And after we go to the main family, we also have an independent courtyard. That's not as good as our original home, Shai Yutong said and stopped talking. He lowered his head and thought about something. Grandpa, we are collateral relatives of the Xie family. Will the people of the main family look down on us? Will they bully us? Xie Shirsi asked worriedly. Hearing this, the old man said no. Grandpa said that we are all family. What's more, we have to be reasonable outside. We are not allowed to fight among our own family. You can rest assured. But what if they bully us? She still asked worriedly. Then come and tell Grandpa. Grandpa will deal with it. However, you're not young anymore. In the past, we protected you too well at home. You have to learn to get along with others appropriately. The old man said meaningfully. The carriage ran on the road. Because he didn't rest all night, Fengjiu fell asleep leaning on the carriage. After a long time, the carriage stopped and the voice of the shadow guard outside came. Old master, we are at the gate of the main family. The old man in the carriage got off first, and then Fengjiu and others followed. The middle-aged man and the beautiful woman in the carriage behind also came to the old man's side. Knock on the door. The old man motioned a shadow guard to come forward. Yes, the shadow guard answered. After knocking on the door, he reported the family's name. When the old man who opened the door heard that they were collateral relatives of the CF family, he took a look outside and then invited them in. At the same time, he asked someone to hurry inside to report. As soon as the master of the CF family heard the servant's report, he called all the people in the mansion and went to the front hall together. In the front hall, the old man and others were sitting. Fengjiu stood behind Xia Yutong and stood quietly with slightly lowered eyes. It was not until he heard the laughter outside that he raised his eyes slightly to look. Oh, as soon as I heard that Uncle Tokugawa was here, I came here immediately. A middle-aged man in an embroidered jade robe walked in with a smile on his face. His gaze landed on the old man. Uncle Tokugawa, thank you for not seeing you for a while. He bowed to the old man. Patriarch. The old man stood up after he came in. At this time, he also bowed to him. Then he said to the middle-aged man and the beautiful woman, come and greet the family head. We're all family, so there's no need for formalities. This must be little brother Yin and sister-in-law. CF family head said with a smile. His gaze landed on the middle-aged man in front of him and the beautiful woman beside him. Greetings, patriarch. The two of them bowed. Xie Yin smiled and said, this is my wife. These two are my children. Master, Xia Yutong and Xie Shirsi also stepped forward and saluted. What are your names? CF family head asked with a smile, his gaze falling on the young man and the young girl. Master, my name is Xia Yutong. My name is Xie Shirsi. It's Shir from poetry and Si from yearning. She said with a smile. Oh, well, it's the first time we meet. Come on, this is a gift for you too. He fumbled in his sleeve and took out 2 jade pendants and handed them to them. Chapter 26:02. Since the family head gave it to you, you should take it, the old man said with a smile. Hearing this, the two of them were overjoyed and smiled. Thank you, family head. They happily received the jade and thanked him. Fengjiu, who was standing at the side, only took a glance and could tell that the 2 jade pendants were magic weapons. Furthermore, the quality of the jade was not bad. She thought to herself, the CF family head is quite generous, especially to the collateral family members. However, her gaze did not change as she glanced at the people who came in later. Seeing that each of them had extraordinary strength, she could not help but be slightly moved. The people from the CF family seemed to be quite strong. From the looks of it, the CF family should be an aristocratic family with 100 years of history. However, looking at the expressions of these people, some were disapproving and some were contemptuous. It seemed that the CF family was not a very peaceful place. Come over. Let me introduce you. The CF family head turned to look at the people behind him and asked them to come forward. Thus, he introduced them to each other. Fengjiu stood quietly at the side, listening and watching. After both sides had greeted each other, the CF family head called for the housekeeper. Uncle Tokugawa, my father is currently in seclusion and has not come out yet. However, he has instructed us to give you a mansion in the south for you to live in. Knowing that you will be coming in a few days, I have already ordered people to clean it up. You can live there now. When the CF family head said this, many people's expressions changed slightly. A mansion in the south? It seemed that the family head and the old master still valued this collateral family very much. To give them a mansion in the south showed how much they valued them. Since that was the case, they had to build a good relationship with them in the future. After all, from what they saw today, the old master's strength was so strong that none of the people present could compare to him. That was fine, as he was from the same generation as the old master. However, his son's strength was also above them and could not be ignored. The Xie family head smiled and said, "As for the people in the mansion, let Brother Yin find time to go to the slave market and buy some back. If you need anything in the future, feel free to ask." "Thank you, family head," the old man replied and thanked him. "How about this? All of you must be tired after rushing all the way back. I'll let the steward bring sister-in-law and Yutong back to the residence to rest first. As for Uncle Tokugawa and little brother Yin, please sit for a while. I still have some things to discuss with you." "All right," the two of them replied. After informing the beautiful woman, they had them follow the housekeeper back. Fengjiu left with them. When they were outside, they could still faintly hear the sound of people talking. Fengjiu followed the housekeeper and arrived at another mansion. What surprised him was that the Xie clan had given a separate mansion to the branch family members. It was just that this mansion was adjacent to the Xie clan's main residence. Moreover, it had everything they needed, and the design of the courtyard was very pleasing to the eye. With just one look, she knew that this branch family was highly regarded by the main family. Although the people in Hall were strong, they were not as strong as the two branch family heads here. It was only natural that they were highly regarded. However, according to the patriarch's words, there were still a few elders who had yet to arrive. Naturally, there was no way to know the strength of those people. Chapter 26:03. Yes, this place is so beautiful, even more beautiful than our original home. Xie Shirsi also said excitedly, looking around. The beautiful woman smiled gently and took them to look around. After familiarizing them with the environment, she let them choose a courtyard. "Xiaojiu, you can stay in the same courtyard as Yutong." The beautiful woman looked at Fengjiu and said. Fengjiu nodded and agreed. Shy Yutong just glanced at Fengjiu and did not object. He just said, "Mother, although our mansion is big, we still need to buy servants. When are we going to buy some servants? Let's talk about it after we settle down. You're all tired today. Let's have a rest first," she said softly and let them go back to their courtyards. Then she went to the main courtyard. About an hour later, the old man and Xie Yin also came back. The old man also chose a courtyard to stay in, while the middle-aged man went to the main courtyard. After a rest, Xie Yin called them all together and said to them, "I'll take you out to eat today. When we come back, we'll go to the slave market and buy some servants." "Will Grandpa go?" Xie Shirsi asked. "Your grandpa wants to have a rest. He said not to disturb him. When we come back, we'll bring him some food," Xie Yin said, and took them to the carriage out of the door. After dinner in the restaurant, Xie Yin took them to the slave market. He smiled and said to his son and daughter, "Today, I'll leave the work of choosing servants to you. It's a test of your eyesight. It's not difficult." Shy Yutong raised his chin slightly and walked forward, looking at the cages of slaves. After a long time, he frowned and came back. "Father, these people have cultivation, and the ones in the cages look very ferocious. I don't know where they came from." "The ones in the cages are those with higher cultivations. Those are usually chosen as guards, but they are enough to protect our family, so there's no need for more. As for the servants, we need to find these stewards and have them bring some out for us to choose from." As he spoke, he pointed at one of the stewards. The beautiful woman had a smile on her face. She didn't say anything and just watched quietly. After Shy Yutong stepped forward and told the steward that he wanted to buy some servants, the steward recruited people and brought out 50 men and women. Most of these people were between 13 and 20 years old. Fengjiu glanced at them and saw that these people only had a small cultivation base. Their clothes were tattered, and they stood there with their heads lowered. "Look up," Shy Yutong shouted, and then looked at his sister. "Sister, you choose first." "Ah, I'll pick first?" Xie Shirsi was stunned for a moment and turned to look at her mother. Although her mother had taught her how to pick people, she had never done it herself. "Go, try it. If it doesn't work, I'll change it for you," the beautiful woman said and encouraged her to go forward. Thus, Xie Shirsi walked forward and looked at the 10 people in the first row one by one. Finally, she picked out 2 adorable twins from the first row. "Mother, I want these too. They are twins and look exactly the same. In the future, let them stay by my side and serve me." She looked back at her mother with a smile. Chapter 26:04. The beautiful woman glanced at the two girls, smiled, and turned to look at Fengjiu, asking, Xiaojiu, what do you think of these two girls? Hearing this, Xie looked at his wife with some surprise. He didn't expect that she would ask Fengjiu's opinion. Not only were Xie and Xie stunned, but even Fengjiu was also stunned. She didn't hide the surprise in her eyes as she looked at the beautiful woman, as if she was surprised that she would ask her. However, she glanced at the twins and nodded. Xie eyesight was not bad. These two little girls were very perceptive. Although they were happy when Xie chose them, they also looked at the beautiful woman with apprehension. Obviously, they knew that the beautiful woman would be the one to make the final decision. Moreover, the cultivation of these two girls was not strong or weak among these people. They were above average. In addition, their appearance was pleasing, so they could be bought and placed by Xie side. Seeing Fengjiu nod, the beautiful woman smiled softly and said to her daughter, since Xiaojiu said that they are good, then these two. You can also choose some rough maids. Xie didn't understand why her mother asked Fengjiu, but seeing that her mother agreed, she smiled happily and let the two girls stand out first. Thank you, madam. The two little girls hurriedly bowed and thanked her with joy, and then stood aside respectfully. Xie picked a dozen more girls and asked them to stand out, then asked her mother, what about these? Are they good? The beautiful woman looked at Fengjiu again. Although she didn't speak, she smiled. Fengjiu looked at the smile, couldn't help but smile and lower her head, feeling depressed. Why did she keep looking at her? She wouldn't want her to choose again, right? Just as she was thinking, she heard her gentle voice, Xiaojiu, help Xiaoshi look at these people. As soon as these words came out, Xie eyes moved slightly. The first time was fine, but there was a second time? This Fengjiu was just a simple and honest boy. What did he have that made his wife treat him differently? He couldn't help but feel curious, and his gaze fell on Fengjiu. Yu and his cousin also felt strange. They looked at their parents, and then looked at Fengjiu without speaking. Fengjiu's scalp went numb from the countless pairs of eyes that were filled with curiosity, inquiry, and doubt. She raised her head and glanced at the beautiful woman. Go ahead. The beautiful woman smiled gently and motioned for Fengjiu to step forward to choose. Thus, Fengjiu had no choice but to step forward and push a few of the pretty girls back. Finally, only 10 people were left out of the 17 or 18 people. Those people are all very good-looking. Why not? Xie asked doubtfully. Her mother said that the servants were also the face of the master, so she had to choose the good-looking ones. She had chosen in this direction, but who would have thought that the best-looking ones would be pushed back by Fengjiu? Fengjiu scratched his head with his hand and revealed a simple and honest smile. He chuckled in his heart. Little girl, these people haven't even entered the house yet, but they are already throwing coquettish glances at me shyly. What will happen after they enter the house? And I'll listen to Xiaojiu. The beautiful woman nodded with a smile and looked at her son. Yutong, you choose some. Chapter 26:05. Fengjiu's mouth twitched when she heard this. What's wrong with this family? Xie also smiled when he saw this. Well, I think Xiaojiu has chosen well. Let him choose the rest. He looked at the 12 people on the side and said to Fengjiu, there are 12 people here. Pick 8 more. Make 20 people. As soon as he finished speaking, he had the steward bring out another batch of slaves. However, in this batch of slaves, other than men and women, there were also middle-aged men. Therefore, in this batch of slaves, other than the word mixed, some of them had higher cultivation. Fengjiu sighed softly in her heart. She knew that the beautiful woman might want to test her, or to see what kind of person she was. Although she could pretend to be ignorant and choose at will, she didn't. Thinking that she would stay in their family for a while, she also knew that it was useless to keep hiding. What's more, her throat would be better in a few days, and she would have to speak. At that time, she couldn't pretend to be mute and say nothing. Therefore, after the steward changed a batch of slaves, she walked past those people and looked at them one by one. Finally, she picked 4 women and 4 men from the 50 people. Out of the 4 women she had picked out, Two of them were around 16 or 18 years old. She had prepared them for the beautiful woman, and the other two were around 30 or 40 years old. She had written down some questions on a piece of paper that she had prepared beforehand. Therefore, these two were going to be the kitchen maids. As for the other four men, one was about the same age as Shai Yutong and was going to be his personal servant. The other two were about 15 or 16 years old and were going to be errand boys. The last one was a middle-aged man. This person's strength was not the highest among these people, but he exuded integrity between his eyebrows. She was going to use this person as their steward. She felt that this person should have the ability. After the final selection, she also wrote down the arrangements of these people on paper and showed them to the beautiful woman. Since the beautiful woman wanted to see her ability, she naturally had to show it. What's more, it was just the ability to recognize people, which was easy for her. When the couple saw the Fengjiu's arrangement, their hearts were slightly moved. The couple looked at each other and smiled. In the end, the beautiful woman said, "And that's all. You guys wait for me in the carriage. I'll go take care of the things behind." Xie Yin smiled. After speaking to them, he asked the steward to bring those people over. At the same time, he asked the steward to handle the handover. "Mother, are the people Xiao Jiu picked good?" Xie Shirsi hugged her mother's arm and asked curiously. Even Shai Yutong pricked up his ears and listened. Fengjiu, who was sitting outside the carriage, only smiled when he heard their conversation. In the carriage, the beautiful woman smiled gently. "Yes, Xiao Jiu has good taste. The people she picked are all suitable. Why don't I see how good his vision is?" Shai Yutong snorted. But in his heart, he agreed. At least, when he saw those girls who winked at him, he wanted to punch their eyes swollen. Fortunately, those girls were not selected to enter the mansion. The beautiful woman smiled and did not say much. She just said, "Let's go to the clothing store and make some clothes for the people in the mansion." Chapter 26:06. Who said that Xiao Jiu should be with you? The beautiful woman smiled and looked at Fengjiu, saying, "You will be the chief steward in the mansion in the future. You will be in charge of everything in the mansion." Hearing this, Fengjiu was stunned. He quickly waved his hand, indicating that he couldn't do it. Shai Yutong stared at him. Chief steward? Him? His eyes fell on Fengjiu, but he couldn't see what was so good about him. Xie Shirsi blinked and looked at Fengjiu, and then said to her mother, "But Grandpa said that Xiao Jiu could be a manservant with my brother. That's because there was no manservant in the mansion before. Now it's different," she said softly. When Xie Yin came back, she said to them, "Well, I'll take the bag first. If you want to buy anything else, go ahead." "Well, my husband, you can go back first. We'll be home later," the beautiful woman said and put down the curtain. Fengjiu was sitting on the edge of the carriage. Now seeing this, he nodded to Xie Yin and drove the carriage to the largest cloth store in the city. In front of the cloth store, Fengjiu stopped the carriage and opened the curtain to let them get down. The first one to get down was Shai Yutong. He jumped down directly and stood beside the carriage to look around. Xie Shirsi also jumped out of the carriage with one hand, just like Shai Yutong. The beautiful woman behind her frowned slightly. "Xiao Shi, you are a girl. You should pay attention to your behavior. My brother also got down like this." She looked back with a smile and said, looking at the cloth store with surprise and joy, "So many beautiful fabrics, wow. There are even clothes made." As soon as her voice fell, she ran directly in without waiting for them. This crazy girl. The beautiful woman helplessly shook her head. Just as she was about to get off the carriage, she saw Fengjiu reaching out his hand to help her down. She looked at Fengjiu and gently smiled before reaching out to hold his hand. However, when she held Fengjiu's hand, her heart slightly trembled. She couldn't help but look at the hand she was holding, and her gaze slightly shifted. After getting off the carriage, the beautiful woman said to Fengjiu, "You can stop the carriage here. You can also come in and choose." Fengjiu nodded and followed her in. "Mother, this cloth is so beautiful. I want to use it to make clothes." Xie Shirsi held her mother's hand and said, "If you like it, then buy it." As the beautiful woman spoke, she let them choose. She and Fengjiu went to the side and picked some cloth for the servants. Then she looked at Fengjiu and asked, "Xiao Jiu, which one do you like?" Fengjiu looked around and then went to the side to pick 2 sets of cyan clothes. He pointed at the clothes for the beautiful woman to see. "And this style is not bad. Since you like cyan, then I'll pick some more and have them make more clothes for you." As the beautiful woman spoke, she picked a few more pieces. In the end, she had the servants bring the selected pieces to the counter and let them make clothes according to the size. Fengjiu looked at her, buying so much, and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He felt that it was the same everywhere. When this woman bought things, it was scary. "Mother, this material is very beautiful. If I make clothes for you, it will definitely look even better." Xie Shirsi carried a piece of silk cloth over. It was a piece of sky blue material with floats on it. Whether it was the texture or the quality, it looked incomparable. Chapter 26:07. "Shopkeeper, I want that piece of ice silk satin." A cold and arrogant female voice called out. Fengjiu and the rest turned around to look. They saw a beautiful woman dressed in a white veil. She was accompanied by several bodyguards. Judging from their attire and appearance, they should be members of an aristocratic family. Xie Shirsi saw the woman's gaze fall on the cloth she was hugging. She snorted and said, "What ice silk satin? This is the cloth I picked out. I want to make clothes for my mother." As she spoke, she hugged the cloth tightly, as if she was afraid it would be snatched away. The woman in white looked at Xie Shirsi with contempt. Her arrogant gaze swept over the beautiful woman and Fengjiu. She said, "You don't even know what ice silk satin is. What's the use of buying it?" She walked in step by step until she was in front of Xie Shirsi. She reached out to touch the cloth and said in a soft and arrogant voice, "Ice silk satin is woven from the silk of ice silkworms. When you wear it, flames won't be able to get close to you. Especially in the summer, it will give you a cold feeling." She paused, raised her chin slightly, and glanced at them with arrogance. "This kind of material is not something that anyone can afford. It's none of your business. In any case, I saw it first. My family can afford it." Xie Shirsi was dissatisfied with being looked down upon. She angrily glared at the woman and ran to the counter with the cloth in her arms. "Shopkeeper, I want to buy this as well. I want it to be the most beautiful dress for my mother." When the beautiful woman heard these words, a gentle and happy smile appeared on her face. She rubbed Xie Shirsi's head with a doting expression on her face. After which, she looked towards the white-clothed lady and asked in a warm voice, "Miss, may I know if you have reserved this cloth in advance?" The woman in white was startled. She moved her mouth and looked at the beautiful woman. She only said, "I've already come to look for it several times." "And did you pay a deposit?" The beautiful woman looked at the shopkeeper and asked. The shopkeeper hesitated for a moment. He looked at the beautiful woman and continued, "No, it's just that Miss Ruan has been here several times. I also told her that there would be a bolt of material coming over in the next 2 days. This material just arrived today, so Madame took a fancy to it. The material was good, but there was only one piece. The Ruan family was a large aristocratic family in the city. The madam had also said that the clothes would be sent to the Sierra residence after they were done. The Sierra residence was also a large aristocratic family in the city. He couldn't afford to offend either party. So you're saying that this material hasn't been ordered yet. Since we've taken a fancy to it, we should naturally buy it first. Shopkeeper, don't you think this is reasonable?" The beautiful woman's voice was gentle like a spring breeze, causing the mood of those who heard it to change. Fengjiu watched from the side and thought to himself, "No wonder Xie Yin still married her even though she can't cultivate. It seems that she is indeed extraordinary. You dare to steal from me? Do you know who I am?" The woman in white was only 16 or 17 years old. How could she be a match for the beautiful woman? She couldn't keep her cool. The beautiful woman turned around and looked at the woman in white with a gentle smile. She said softly, "I haven't asked for Mrs. name. I'm the third miss of the Ruan family's main branch. I want to buy this material for my mother as a birthday gift." Chapter 26:08. Third Miss Ruan, everything is first come first served. Moreover, I have the ability to buy this material. Why don't you pick something else? I think that since this cloth shop is so big, there must be a lot of good materials. Shopkeeper, don't you think so? She looked at the shopkeeper and asked. Yes. there are a few bolts of good materials. Third Miss Ruan, how about I show them to you? The shopkeeper asked carefully. Only one ice silk satin. The white-clothed woman said as she continued to stare at the material. Hearing this, the shopkeeper was a bit embarrassed. This is the only piece left. There is no more in the entire city. Even if we transfer the goods from other places, it will take at least half a month to get the goods. The beautiful woman silently paid the bill and told the shopkeeper to make the clothes with the cloth. At this time, the white-clothed woman saw this and angrily left with a flick of her sleeve. Seeing the white-clothed woman leave with the guards, the beautiful woman smiled and asked, "Shopkeeper, is third Miss Ruan's mother the head of the Ruan family?" Fong Yuron? Yes, that is third Miss Ruan's mother. I heard that in a few days it will be her birthday. Third Miss Ruan has already come here several times. Normally, people can't afford ice silk satin. I didn't expect that Madam would take a fancy to it. The shopkeeper shook his head and smiled. He was also quite helpless. Hearing this, the beautiful woman smiled and said, "Shopkeeper, you just said that there are a few pieces of good materials? Let me see them." Okay. The shopkeeper quickly took out a few pieces of material and placed them in front of her. "Madam, please take a look. These are all top-quality materials. It is very comfortable to wear. Moreover, there's only one bolt of this material. Even if you wear it out, no one will be able to find the same." The beautiful woman's hand touched the bolts of material and finally picked out a dark gold one. She said to the shopkeeper, "Put this bolt and this ice silk satin in a beautiful box and send it to the Ruan family's head of the Ruan family, Fong Yuron." Hearing this, Sieshur Si cried out, "Mother, why are you giving such good materials to the head of the Ruan family? We don't even know her." Shai Yutong was also a little confused. His mother was not the kind of person who would make friends with others. Although it was just 2 bolts of cloth, her behavior was somewhat puzzling. Feng Zhu lowered his eyes and stood there quietly, as if he was not surprised by the beautiful woman's arrangement. At this moment, the shopkeeper also asked with some doubt, "Madam, you said that you want to send this to the Ruan family for the mistress of the Ruan family. Not bad." The beautiful woman smiled. "She and I are old acquaintances. We haven't seen each other for many years. I didn't expect to meet her daughter here. Since it's her birthday in a few days, I'll trouble the shopkeeper to send this over." Sieshursi was a little dumbfounded. Her mother was actually an old acquaintance of the Ruan family's mistress. Thus, after settling the matter, they also brought some ready-made clothes back first. The group then boarded the carriage and went to other places. After buying some things, they went to the Xia residence. When they arrived at the residence, Feng Zhou took her new clothes and took a bath first. After changing into the new clothes, she looked even neater than before. Chapter 26:09. Ruan Mansion looking at the 2 pieces of cloth in front of her and thinking of what the person who sent the cloth just said, Fong Yuron looked slightly surprised and whispered softly, "It's her?" She leaned on the table and pondered for a while, then said to the people around her, "Go and call the third Mississippi. Why is this ice silk satin in our house? Mother, where did it come from?" As soon as she entered the door, she saw the 2 pieces of cloth on the table, one of which was the one she saw outside today. "I ask you, did you meet a beautiful woman outside today?" Fong Yuron asked slowly, her eyes falling on her daughter. "How do you know?" Third Miss Ruan was stunned, looked at the cloth, and then suddenly realized, "I know. Is it because that woman didn't dare to take it, so she sent this cloth here?" "Don't talk nonsense," she scolded in a low voice. "Tell me, what does that woman look like? Does she have no cultivation?" She felt strange about her mother's attitude. Although she was puzzled, she still said, "She looks beautiful, but I don't think she is as beautiful as Mother. As for cultivation, she does have no cultivation. She looks like an ordinary beautiful woman." At that time, there was a boy and a girl next to her, who were her children. Hearing this, she pondered and said to a middle-aged woman beside her, "Ask someone to find out where she lives. In addition, prepare an invitation. Invite her and her children to my birthday banquet." "Yes," the middle-aged woman on the side responded and then retreated. "Mother, why do you want to invite them? I don't like that woman, third Miss Ruan said unhappily. Hearing this, she frowned and said, You are the third Miss of the Ruan family. You should pay attention to your words and deeds. What should be said and what should not be said. You have to have a sense of propriety. Go. Don't go out these days. Stay at home and help to prepare for the banquet. Yes. Seeing that her mother's face had darkened, she responded, bowed, and retreated. At night, Fengjiu was lying in bed, thinking about what happened today. She felt that this beautiful woman was somewhat unfathomable. Lying in bed, she released her divine sense and felt that Shai Yutong, who was in the same courtyard, had fallen asleep. She quietly got up, changed into a black dress, and took advantage of the night to sneak out. She avoided some of the hidden guards in the manor and prepared to go to Manor Head Sia's residence to look for clues about the stairway to immortality. When she passed by the old man's courtyard, she faintly heard the sound of a conversation. Thus, she restrained her aura and quietly went to the roof. Through a small gap, she saw the two people sitting and talking. It was Xie Yin and his father. Now that I've arrived, I've become the third elder of the main family, and the southern courtyard has been given to us. In the eyes of others, this is an extremely good thing, but the more it is like this, the more worried I am. The old man sighed softly and shook his head. I know what father is worried about, and I also know why the patriarch and the others value our family so much. There is of the heavens of our family. There is of the of the family of the family of the family. Of the family. There are of the family of the family. Chapter 26:10. His voice paused, and he let out a deep breath. He knew very well where this treatment came from. If something were to happen to him, the status of his father, wife, and children in the Xie family would plummet, and no one would be able to protect them. The stairway of immortality is like a stairway to heaven and a stairway to hell. Those who can climb it are immortals. Those who can't climb it are reduced to dust. Sigh. The old man sighed. Even so, there are still people who want to try the stairway of immortality every year. However, very few succeed. I'm afraid I won't be able to stay here for much longer. In about 7 to 8 months, the stairway of immortality will open. When that time comes, I'll have to go there and wait, Xie Yin said. He thought about his wife and children, and his heart sank. When the time comes, try it. If you can't do it, hurry up and come down. Don't let the stairway of immortality force you down. You should know that if you come down, you can preserve your strength. However, if the stairway of immortality force you down, it's hard to say. I know, he nodded and thought of something. Father, what do you think of Fengjiu? Fengjiu? What's wrong? Why do you ask this? The old man looked at him in surprise. Fengjiu, who was lying on the roof, also raised his eyebrows and listened to the conversation below. It's like this, today. He told him about the matter of letting Fengjiu choose the person. Finally, he said, Originally, I thought that Fengjiu was a simple and honest young man. However, after seeing him today, I feel that he is somewhat different. Hearing this, the old man stroked his beard and thought for a while, then said, If it's really as you say, then he is indeed somewhat different. However, one thing is for sure. This young man has no ill intentions towards our clan. Furthermore, we only met him on the way here. Even if he has some secrets, it's normal. As long as he doesn't do anything to harm our clan, it's fine. Fengjiu listened and quietly left. Just like how he came, he avoided the hidden guards and returned to his room. Originally, she wanted to go to the main house to find out more information. However, it seemed that there was no need for that. As long as she followed Xie Yin, she would naturally be able to reach the stairway of immortality. The next day, the gatekeeper received the invitation from the Ruan family. The invitation was handed to the beautiful woman by Fengjiu. Mother, who made this post? What do you do? Xie Shirsi held a fruit in her hand and ate it while looking at the post opened by her mother. The beautiful woman glanced at it and smiled. It's an invitation from the mistress of the Ruan family, inviting us to her birthday banquet in 2 days. Is father going too? She asked curiously. Your father won't be going. This is just a banquet for some of the female members of the family. You can make friends with some of the children of the aristocratic families in the city. The beautiful woman said as she put away the invitation. Will Xiaoju be there too? Xiaoshi thought for a moment and asked, will the man and woman be there together? No, we'll be seated separately. As the beautiful woman spoke, she looked at Feng Jiu and asked, Xiaojiu, is her throat better? I've asked the kitchen to prepare something to soothe your throat. You can go and eat it later. Hearing this, Feng Jiu paused for a moment and then nodded. The beautiful woman looked at him and smiled, then warmly said, when the banquet starts, you should come with us. Sure, I'll take care of the female guests. You'll have to take care of the Jade Hall. Chapter 26:11. The beautiful woman shook her head and said, you have to learn to restrain your temper. It's one thing at home. If you always act like this outside, it's easy to get into trouble. Mother, I'm here to find Feng Jiu. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Shai Yutong said to Feng Jiu beside him, you go out with me. Then he strode out. Feng Jiu saluted to the beautiful woman and then followed Shai Yutong out. When they came outside, Shai Yutong glanced back and said in a low voice, the children of the main family asked me to learn from each other. You go with me. Don't let my parents know. Hearing this, Feng Jiu glanced at him, took out a pen and paper and wrote a line, telling him that she would go to the kitchen first. It's not dinner time yet. What are you going to do in the kitchen? Shai Yutong frowned and said, Okay, you go. I'll wait for you at the gate. Hurry up. After watching him leave, Feng Jiu stepped to the kitchen. The beautiful woman said that there was something in the kitchen to moisten her throat, so she went to have a look first. All the way to the kitchen, the maidservants in the mansion all bent their knees and saluted, respectfully calling the chief steward. Yes, the beautiful woman had told everyone in the mansion that she was the chief steward of the mansion, and she was in charge of the big and small things in the mansion. In fact, she was in charge of the affairs of the servants in the mansion, and as for other things, the beautiful woman was in charge of herself. She couldn't understand why the beautiful woman valued her so much. In her view, what she showed was also normal, and there was nothing eye-catching. Instead, she couldn't see through the beautiful woman. She went to the kitchen, and Shai Yutong waited for Feng Jiu at the gate outside. He looked back from time to time, but he didn't see Feng Jiu's figure. He was a little impatient. When he wanted someone to go to the kitchen to have a look, he saw the cyan figure coming out from inside. Hurry up, I'm waiting for you. He waved and strode to the main house of the Xie family. Feng Nine followed him into the main house and went all the way to the martial arts field of the main house. Before they got close, they saw more than a dozen teenagers of the same age as Shai Yutong standing there. They were talking in groups of 3 or 4. When they saw Shai Yutong coming, they all looked at him and looked him up and down. Are you Shai Yutong, who moved into the mansion in the south courtyard these 2 days? A young man asked. His gaze swept up and down as he said, I thought he was an outstanding young man, but it turns out that he's only so-as-so. Who are you? Shai Yutong glared at the young man in front of him with displeasure. My grandfather is the grand elder of the Xie family. The young man raised his chin arrogantly. Huh, who are you? It turns out to be the grandson of the elder. Shai Yutong said, no longer looking at him. Instead, he stepped forward and said, Didn't you say that you wanted to compete with me? I'm here. The youths looked at each other, and one of them stepped forward with a smile. The clan forbids infighting, so we can only spar with each other and not injure each other. I know. Shai Yutong nodded. Chapter 26:12. Before the teenager could speak, Shai Yutong said, He is my follower. I asked him to come with me and let him watch over there. Hearing this, the teenager looked away and no longer paid attention to Feng Jiu. Instead, he asked all the teenagers to come together and discuss the rules of the competition. Feng Jiu looked at them. Seeing that these teenagers were all in high spirits and their faces were full of excitement, she couldn't help raising the corners of her mouth slightly. At this age, they had the protection of their families and could indeed do whatever they wanted without any worries. Although she was also quite carefree, there were too many enemies and too many troubles. It had been a long time since she was like these teenagers who could do whatever they wanted. She found a place to sit down, took out a fruit from her sleeve, and ate it while watching the teenagers compete in the field. Yes, it was indeed as they said. It was only a spar, and no one was injured. After eating the fruit, she was a little bored. After all, from her point of view, they were just like children playing tricks. There was nothing interesting about it. She didn't know why Shai Yutong asked her to come here. Seeing that there was nothing for her to do here, she wanted to find a place to relieve herself. When she was about to leave, she caught a glimpse of a cold light from the corner of her eye. She immediately stopped and looked at the cold light. Shai Yutong and a teenager were in the field, while the others were watching outside. One of the teenagers held a small flying knife in his hand under his sleeve. The flying knife shone a cold light under the sun, which was discovered by her. She glanced at the teenager with the flying knife and remembered that he was the grandson of the first elder. However, what did he want to do with a flying knife in this competition? Just as he was thinking, he saw a sinister smile at the corner of his mouth. His vicious eyes stared at Shai Yutong, who was fighting with the teenager. The next moment, he suddenly took a step back and injected spiritual power into his hand to shoot the flying knife out while no one was paying attention. The sudden flying knife attacked Shai Yutong, which shocked the surrounding teenagers. They whispered, "Why is there a flying knife? Shai Yutong, get out of the way!" Shai Yutong was repelling the teenager. When he turned around, he saw a flying knife coming. He instinctively wanted to avoid it, but his reaction speed was not as fast as the flying knife. Dodge! Seeing that the flying knife was aimed at Shai Yutong's life, the surrounding teenagers were all scared. They just wanted to learn from each other, but they didn't expect that someone would secretly attack him. If Shai Yutong was shot by the flying knife and died here, they were afraid that none of them could escape the responsibility. Seeing the flying knife flying towards Shai Yutong's life gate, the grandson of the first elder couldn't help but worry. In fact, he didn't want to kill Shai Yutong. He just wanted to teach him a lesson and let him taste the bitterness. The flying knife just now was not aimed at Shai Yutong's vital point, but moved as Shai Yutong dodged. At present, seeing the situation out of control, he was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. Feng Jiu glanced at those people, and his gaze swept over the face of a youth who was retreating. Immediately, he condensed spiritual energy on his finger and flicked it out, knocking the flying knife to the ground. Clang! Chapter 26:13. Shai Yutong swallowed, and a drop of cold sweat on his forehead dripped down his cheek. His hands trembled slightly, and his eyes moved to the ground. The next moment, his fear was replaced by anger. He picked up the flying knife, held it in his hand, and stared at the crowd. Who wants to plot against me? You'd better stand up by yourself. Otherwise, I must make a fuss about it to the head of the family. Hearing this, the grandson of the first elder turned pale and his body trembled slightly. He was just impulsive and didn't think about the consequences. Now, when he heard that Shai Yutong was going to find the head of the family, he suddenly panicked. If his grandfather knew it, he would be killed. It's not me. It's not me either. Me neither. I'm not standing in that direction either. The teenagers around waved their hands one by one and said that they didn't do it. Who is it? Who on earth did such a wicked and cowardly thing? Shai Yutong asked angrily. His eyes swept over the crowd and suddenly fell on the pale grandson of the first elder. He strode forward and said, "Is it you? Did you do it?" "No, it's not me, no." He stepped back, waving his hands and saying, but he didn't dare to look at him. His face was filled with panic, but the surrounding youths vaguely understood what was going on. Feng Jiu watched from the side. After glancing at the teenagers, his eyes fell on Shai Yutong again. It could only be said that the boy was lucky. If he hadn't pulled her here, and she happened to be here, he would have been in trouble. She watched Shai Yutong questioning there. She walked forward step by step, and the boy stepped back step by step. Finally, he fell to the ground with his legs weak and admitted it with a pale face. She raised her eyebrows in surprise because she saw that Shai Yutong just scolded the man and warned him. He asked the man to apologize to him and promised that he would not do such a thing again in the future, and then he returned the knife to him. Why did the flying knife suddenly fall just now? Seeing that Shai Yutong didn't pursue the boy, others also began to talk about it. Yes, I was scared to death just now. Yutong, when the flying knife shot at you, you were also scared, right? I see that you're frozen there and can't move. Perhaps it was because of the way he handled things that all the youths accepted him. For a moment, all of them surrounded him, asking questions and laughing with their arms around his shoulders. You don't say. Just now, the flying knife was about to stab me, but it seemed to have been knocked down by a stream of air. Sha Yutong recalled that when the flying knife hit him just now, there was a stream of air that knocked the flying knife down, and the stream of air brushed past his face, which made him feel it clearly. Airflow. How could this be? It should be that Xie Yuliang's hand strength wasn't strong enough, so the throwing knife fell halfway. How is that possible? It shouldn't be like that. Another person said. What else? There isn't even a single shadow guard here. Don't tell me that it was the shadow guard who struck the flying dagger, a youth said as he pointed at the empty space. Feng Jiu listened to their conversation and turned to leave. Before she left, she drank several bowls of soup to soothe her throat and wanted to find a place to relieve herself. Chapter 26:14. Feng Jiu stopped and looked back at him. He stretched out his hand and made a gesture. Regardless of whether he understood it or not, he left first. Yutong, what's that guy doing? Is he really your follower? He doesn't look like one. Yes. Also, what did he mean by gesturing with his hand? Can't he speak? Sha Yutong listened to their words and said, That guy is my follower. He can't speak because of his throat. He'll be fine in a few days. That's all for today. I'll invite you to drink some other day. He patted the shoulders of several people around him, pushed them away, and quickly chased after Feng Jiu. You have to remember to invite us to drink some other day. The people at the back were still shouting and laughing happily. Only the grandson of the great elder had already left quietly. Where are you going? I haven't left yet. Sha Yutong said beside him. Feng Jiu handed him the written words and walked back quickly without saying anything. Outhouse. Seeing these two words, Sha Yutong's mouth twitched. He didn't say anything and returned to the mansion with him. After arriving at the mansion, he said to him, Go ahead. Come back to the courtyard when you're done. I have something to ask you. He didn't see who threw the knife. Feng Jiu had been watching on the side. He should have seen it, right? Sha Yutong didn't know that after he and Feng Jiu left, a secret guard reported what happened in the martial arts field to the master. When Feng Jiu returned to the courtyard, he saw Sha Yutong come forward and ask if she saw who did it. She naturally shook her head and told him that she didn't, and this matter was left unsettled. However, in the evening, the first elder came with his grandson, Xie Yuliang, with an apology gift. Therefore, this matter was known by the beautiful woman and Xie Yin. In the hall, it's all Yuliang's fault. After I brought him to apologize to Yutong, I will put him in purgatory for 3 months. The first elder looked at Xie Yin and said, I also brought some gifts for Yu Tang to calm his nerves. This time, no matter how you look at it, Yu Liang is in the wrong. I will definitely discipline him well. I only hope that our family will not be affected because of this. Hearing this, Xie Yin and his wife looked at each other. Finally, Xie Yin said, If the first elder hadn't come, we wouldn't have known it. However, since Yutong didn't say anything, I think he has forgiven Yu Liang. The first elder doesn't have to worry about this matter. Good. That's good. I'm relieved to hear that. The first elder nodded with a smile, feeling relieved. After a while, he said, Patriarch also asked me to ask on your behalf, who is that young man by Yu Tang's side? Hearing this, the couple looked at each other and briefly explained the situation to the first elder. Oh, I see. The first elder nodded suddenly. In this case, I will take Yuliang back first. The first elder has ordered him to go to purgatory tomorrow. Seeing this, after the first elder left, they called Yutong and asked him to understand. Finally, they asked him to leave first and called Feng Jiu. Feng Jiu, who entered the hall, looked at the two sitting above, walked forward and saluted. Then he looked up at them and asked silently. Chapter 26:15. Hearing this, Feng Jiu shook his head. Seeing this, the two of them looked at each other and did not ask any more questions. All right then, you can leave first. Thus, Feng Jiu also turned and left. After she left, the two people in the hall began to whisper. According to First Elder, there were no shadow guards around at that time. The shadow guards closest to them were also unable to do that. At that time, only Feng Jiu was standing not far away, so there were some suspicions. Xie Yin said, frowning slightly. Condensing qi and being able to accurately deflect flying daggers. This person's strength is not weak. Since Yutong is fine, then it's fine. Even if we don't know who it is, we know that this person saved Yutong. The beautiful woman said softly, then said, in 2 days, I will be going to the Ruan family. The invitation says that I will be bringing along my son and daughter, so I was thinking of bringing Fengjiu with me. Let him look after Yutong, and don't let him cause any trouble. And you could decide. I want to tell you that I am preparing to go into seclusion to cultivate. Now, that father is also in seclusion. You have to take care of everyone in the residence. I know, don't worry. The beautiful woman smiled and agreed. In the residence, Fengjiu narrowed his eyes on a large tree, listening to the faint whispers in his ears. It is said that the treasure exchange building in the city has all kinds of things. I really want to take a look. The treasure exchange building is not a place that ordinary people can enter. People of our status can't enter. And I also heard that the people who enter the treasure exchange building are all people of status. No matter how curious we are, we can't enter. Fengjiu opened his eyes on the tree. It was the voice of the shadow guards in the dark, talking about the treasure exchange building in the city. Treasure exchange building? Since she had nothing to do here, she might as well take advantage of the night to go out and take a look. After making up her mind, she returned to her room to prepare some things. When night fell, she left the manor alone. After leaving the Sierra State, he found a place to change into a red robe and remove the disguise on his face. At the same time, he took out a mask and walked out from the shadows. After inquiring about the location of the Treasure Exchange Pavilion, he headed towards the Treasure Exchange Pavilion. There were rules outside the building. Fengjiu glanced at it and smiled. He took out a badge from his space and pinned it to his chest before stepping inside. Seeing the badge on Fengjiu's chest, the guards did not dare to stop her. On the contrary, they respectfully bowed and invited her in. Then, another person quickly entered the building. Manager, there's an alchemist wearing the Alchemy Saint's badge outside. Here, there were very few people who could reach the Pill Saint level. They all knew the few Pill Saints in the city, but they had never seen the one who came tonight before. Hearing the guard's words, the steward knew that the visitor was an unfamiliar face, so he asked, "Have you invited him in? Where is he now?" "He's in the 3rd room on the 2nd floor. A servant girl is waiting on him, and you can leave. I'll go take a look." The steward waved his hand and stood up with his hands behind his back. He paused thoughtfully for a moment before walking out. Chapter 26:16. When the steward came in from outside, his gaze fell on a masked man dressed in red sitting at the table. Even though he had seen many outstanding men and women, when he saw this man whose face could not be seen, he was still stunned. He was not stunned by this man's appearance, but by the aura that emanated from this man's body. He just sat there, lazily supporting his head with one hand and gently swirling the wine cup in his other hand. His red robe was dazzling, and his aura was even more breathtaking, especially that mask. Although his face could not be seen, it added a mysterious aura to him. His posture was leisurely, with a hint of indolence. That devilish and seductive aura was free and easy, and the wanton manner in which he moved made people unable to take their eyes off him. The bottomless eyes hidden under the mask, as well as the noble aura that was formed from it, made it impossible for the manager to have the slightest bit of carelessness in his actions or thoughts. After adjusting his emotions, he cupped his hands and bowed to the man in red and respectfully asked, "I'm the manager of this building, surnamed Lin. How should I address you?" "Ghost Doctor," Fengjiu said slowly. Hearing this, Manager Lin was slightly startled. Ghost Doctor? He seemed to have never heard of such a person as the Ghost Doctor. "How can I help you, Ghost Doctor?" Fengjiu took out a pill bottle and placed it on the table. This is a pill that can allow a cultivator at the peak of the Sage Immortal stage to break through to the Immortal Emperor stage. Hearing this, Manager Lin's eyes narrowed, and his gaze fell on the small bottle on the table. A pill that could allow a cultivator at the peak of the Sage Immortal stage to break through to the Immortal Emperor stage? Was that possible? Ghost Doctor A pill that can allow a cultivator at the peak of the Sage Immortal stage to break through must be at least a 7th-tier pill. May I ask if this pill? His gaze fell on Fengjiu, and his eyes were filled with curiosity. Since your building is a place where treasures are exchanged, there should be an appraiser. Why don't you let him appraise it? Fengjiu said casually, and continued to pour wine for himself. Hearing this, Steward Lin paused for a moment. After pondering for a moment, he said, "All right, then please take a seat, Ghost Doctor." He bowed and retreated, personally going to the appraiser's place in the building. In the middle of the night, several appraisers were drinking and chatting, talking about the treasures they had appraised in the past few days. At this moment, when they saw Steward Lin enter, they all stood up and bowed. Steward Lin. Although Steward Lin was only a steward, he was highly regarded by the owner of the building. Moreover, all the important matters in the building had to go through him. Therefore, although the appraisers had high status, they still respected him. You guys continue drinking. Elder Chun, come with me, Steward Lin said as he walked forward. Hearing this, everyone was slightly surprised and asked, "It's already so late, why does Steward Lin still look like he's in a hurry? Is something the matter?" That's right. There's a saint alchemist in the building. However, he took out a level 7 pill and said it's a level 7 pill that can help a cultivator at the peak of the Immortal Sage realm break through. He's still waiting in the room. That's why I asked Old Shun to appraise it. Chapter 26:17. His voice paused, and his eyelids lifted as he said, I reckon you've been tricked by someone. That's right. In our city, there are very few 7th-level medicinal pills that appear. So how could it be possible that someone brought a 7th-level medicinal pill over? He must be here to make fun of you. Another person laughed, pouring wine to drink, and said, but this person's guts are quite big, not even taking a look at where this place is, actually daring to come and cause trouble. Hearing their words, that Steward Lin shook his head, his face stern. No, I don't think that person is someone who would cause trouble. He glanced at the few of them. You haven't seen him before, but how could someone like him be an ordinary person? Who knows, what he brought over might really be a 7th-level medicinal pill. The few of them were startled, somewhat surprised that Steward Lin would actually think so highly of someone. They looked at each other and put down the wine cups in their hands. Since that's the case, then let's all go over and take a look. We also want to see what kind of person can receive such an evaluation from Steward Lin. As they said that, they brushed their robes and stood up. Seeing 7 to 8 of them stand up, Steward Lin couldn't help but laugh bitterly. How about this? Let Elder Chun and Elder Kuf follow me over. That person doesn't look like an ordinary person to me. Suddenly bringing so many of you over, I'm worried that he won't be happy. Among these 7 to 8 people, other than 2 who were top-grade appraisers of medicinal pills and medicines, the rest were all appraising treasures and treasures. They wouldn't be able to appraise medicinal pills over, so why not just let the 2 who understood medicinal pills go over, so as to avoid incurring the ghost doctor's displeasure? Hearing him say that, the few of them stared blankly for a moment, then laughed. All right, since you've already said so, then we won't go over. But later on, you'll have to tell us the results of the appraisal. They laughed and sat back down. You guys continue. Don't drink too late. As Steward Lin spoke, he walked forward with the 2 appraisers. Once again returning to the side room, Steward Lin introduced them to Fengjiu. Esteemed Ghost Doctor, these 2 are our building's top pill appraisers. This is Elder Chun, and this is Elder Li. While Steward Lin was introducing them, the 2 old men were sizing up the masked man in red. When they saw the man in red, they finally understood why Steward Lin thought so highly of him. It had to be said that this person's temperament and aura alone were enough to shock others. Among the people who came and went from the Treasure Exchange Pavilion, they had never seen someone more outstanding than this person. Originally, when they came over, they didn't take this matter seriously. However, when they saw the person in front of them, they couldn't help but look forward to that medicinal pill. Could it really be a 7th-tier medicinal pill? Don't waste time, let's test it. Fengjiu gestured for them to quickly test the pill. The 2 of them walked up to the table and took out the tools used to examine the pills. When they opened the bottle cap of the pills, they could not help but look at each other as their hearts trembled. This medicinal fragrance. Chapter 26:18. 7 Pill Veins. This really is a level 7 pill. The two of them exclaimed in unison. They couldn't help but take a deep breath as they stared at the pill that was emitting a pure spiritual aura. Let me take a look. Old Chun suppressed the excitement in his heart. He picked up a pair of tweezers that were specially used to examine medicinal pills and carefully picked up the medicinal pill. He carefully looked at the medicinal pill on the pill, as well as its color and smell. From these, he was able to distinguish the grade of this medicinal pill. Based on the veins, scent, and color of this pill, we can determine that this is a level 7 upper grade pill. The two of them exclaimed in unison. They looked at Fengjiu at the same time and asked in a trembling voice, "May I ask, where is the senior who refined this pill?" In order to refine a 7th level medicinal pill, not only were the herbs extremely old and precious, but it also required exquisite alchemy skills and profound attainments in alchemy. Only by clearly knowing the medicinal properties of each pill could one accurately refine the pill. They had seen 7th level medicinal pills before, but 7th level high-grade medicinal pills were very rare. Hearing the two old men asking where the senior who refined this pill was, Gu Riyun raised her eyebrows. Fengjiu couldn't help but raise her eyebrows and said with a faint smile, "I refined this pill." As soon as she said this, the two old men looked at her in shock and disbelief, their faces full of disbelief. Fengjiu calmly retracted her gaze from the two old men and looked at Steward Lin, who was also in shock, and said, "I brought this pill to you because I want to use your treasure exchange house to make a deal." Hearing that it was a deal, Steward Lin calmed himself down and asked, "May I know what kind of deal the ghost doctor wants to make?" Fengjiu toyed with the wine cup in one hand and slowly said, "You can keep this pill for yourselves, or you can spread the news. However, you have to take out something of the same value as this pill in exchange for it. Furthermore, I want to know everything about the Immortal Ascension Stairs in the heart of Penglai Immortal Island. Whoever has the most information will have this pill." Information about the Immortal Ascension Stairs? Hearing this, the three old men were stunned. It was already difficult enough to take out something similar to this pill, let alone information about the Immortal Ascension Stairs. However, they had a feeling that the ghost doctor was more interested in information about the Immortal Ascension Stairs than in the exchange of the pills. However, not everyone knew about the Immortal Ascension Stairs. Even the Yibao Pavilion only knew a little about it, and it was not complete. Thinking of this, Steward Lin looked at Fengjiu and asked, "Ghost Doctor, is there a time limit?" Fengjiu glanced at him and took a sip of the wine in his cup. Then, he slowly said 7 days. "After 7 days, if there's nothing I want, then I will take back this pill." "All right, then we'll set a limit of 7 days. However, this pill must be placed in our building for these 7 days. As for the other ghost doctor, you don't have to worry. I'll help your Excellency Ghost Doctor with the procedures later," Manager Lin said as he glanced at the pill on the table. Seeing this, the two old men prepared to put the pill away. However, at this moment, the man in red stretched out his hand to stop them. "Ghost Doctor, what is the meaning of this?" Manager Lin asked. Chapter 26:19. Hearing this, the three of them stared blankly as they didn't understand what he meant, until they saw him sealing up that medicinal pill in front of their eyes and turning it into a pill. The three of them then came to a realization. So it was like this. But they didn't expect that he would use this kind of sealing method to preserve the medicinal pill. It had to be said that this ancient method was indeed the best and most convenient method to preserve the medicinal pill. Not only could it seal up the medicinal pill smell and prevent the medicinal fragrance from dissipating, it could also preserve the medicinal pill for a longer period of time. The two appraisers looked at Fengjiu's method and were secretly shocked. They were appraisers and naturally knew how harsh this method of preserving the medicinal pill was. The seemingly simple sealing of the medicinal pill was easily done by this man. Earlier on, when they heard him say that this medicinal pill was refined by him, they had their suspicions. But at this moment, when they saw his method of sealing the medicinal pill, they already knew that this ghost doctor was indeed the one who refined this 7th level medicinal pill. Feng Jiu placed the sealed medicinal pill on the white jade plate and looked toward Steward Lin. Go through the procedures. All right, Ghost Doctor, please take a seat. I'll be right back. Steward Lin said and turned to leave. Not long later, he came back with the items and completed the procedures for handing over the medicinal pill. Feng Jiu stood up to leave, and Steward Lin personally sent him out. Only when he saw his figure disappear into the night did he turn around and walk back. Leaving the Yi Bao house, Feng Jiu knew that there were a few tails following behind her. Since she took out that medicinal pill, the people in the Yi Bao house would definitely think of ways to find out who she was. But was she someone who was easy to follow? After passing through a few streets in the night, she passed by a deserted corner and flashed into her space. Just as she entered her space, four black-robed cultivators followed behind her. When they realized that the red figure who had been following them all the way had disappeared, they were all stunned. Where's the person? Why did he disappear? Even his divine sense has disappeared. As they spoke, they looked at each other and searched the surroundings once again. Until they couldn't find that person, they then turned back in the Yi Bao house. What? Lost him? When Steward Lin heard, he couldn't help but be stunned. His cultivation isn't high. With your cultivation, how could you lose him? He should have discovered us. Moreover, we locked onto his divine consciousness and followed him. However, even his divine consciousness disappeared in the end. We estimate that his strength should not be what the steward saw. Upon hearing those words, Butler Lin's eyes narrowed. It's not the strength that I saw. How is this possible? He found it hard to believe that a heaven-defying alchemist who could refine a 7th-grade medicinal pill would also be a cultivation genius. Manager, do we need to send more people into the city to search? One of them asked. Steward Lin came back to his senses and waved his hand. There's no need. You can leave first. Since he had lost him, he must have been discovered. If he continued to follow him, he was afraid that he would be annoyed. In any case, he would come back 7 days later. At that time, he could just ask around. Moreover, the Immortal Ascension Ladder. Since he asked for information about the Immortal Ascension Stairs, he must be someone who wanted to go to the Immortal Ascension Stairs. Right now, it was better for him to quickly report this matter to his master. Chapter 2620. When he was about to go to bed, he heard Shai Yutong's voice outside. Feng Jiu, you haven't slept yet, have you? I'm coming in. Shai Yutong said and reached out to push the door, but the door couldn't be pushed open. He couldn't help but stare. Why did you lock the door? Why do you lock the door when you sleep in the same yard as me? Are you guarding against thieves? Feng Jiu, who was lying in bed, didn't bother to talk to him. Anyway, the door was locked, and he couldn't climb the window to get in. After all, with Shai Yutong's temperament, he couldn't climb the window, which was beneath his dignity. Did you know that I was coming, so you locked the door? I know you haven't slept yet. Tell me, where have you been all night? I haven't seen you since the evening. If the housekeeper hadn't said that you went out, I wouldn't have known that you would go out. Shai Yutong asked discontentedly outside. Seeing that Feng Jiu didn't come out, he became more and more annoyed. I waited for you in the front yard for so long. How could you avoid me and go back to the yard? If the servants in the mansion hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known that you came back. Tell me, is there a servant like you? Listening to the voice, Feng Jiu stretched out his hand to set up a soundproof boundary and fell asleep. Shai Yutong talked to himself outside until his mouth was dry, and then he went back to his room angrily. The next day, when Feng Jiu went out of the room, she saw Shai Yutong standing in front of the door and staring at her. So she asked, so early? Are you waiting for me? However, as soon as her voice came out, Shai Yutong was stunned and pointed at her with a look of astonishment. You can talk? Yes. Yesterday, I went out for a stroll in the city and bought a pill to treat my throat. Today, my throat is much better. She touched her throat and said thoughtfully. Hearing this, Shai Yutong, who was still angry, stared at her with a strange expression. Why does your voice sound so strange? It's different from mine. Is it strange? I think it's okay. At this time, Shai Yutong remembered that he had stood outside Qin Haodong's room for so long last night and talked for so long without getting any response. He couldn't help but ask angrily, Why didn't you say so last night? You've been talking outside for so long, but you didn't even make a sound. Uh, did you talk outside my room last night? I don't know, she said innocently. I fell asleep after taking the medicine. I didn't hear anything. Hearing this, Shy Yutong only felt that he had nowhere to vent his anger. He took a deep breath, glared at Fengjiu, and then left. Fengjiu looked at him strangely, rubbed his stomach, and went to the kitchen. Here, she was free. She didn't have to appear in front of the Sief family often. Instead, she could do whatever she wanted. Although she was in charge of the servants in the mansion, they didn't do anything wrong. They all obeyed the rules, so she was happy to be free. On this day, she had nothing to do in the mansion. She just walked around and occasionally practiced with Shy Yutong and his sister in the front yard. Until the day when she was going to the Ruan family's banquet. She was a little busy. She arranged the carriage early in the morning. Today, she served as the coachman. After tidying up her things, she drove the carriage to the door and waited for them. Xiaojio, do you think my clothes look good today? This is the new set. As soon as Xie Shirsi saw Fengjiu, she quickly ran forward and asked with a happy face. Chapter 26-21. The beautiful woman slowly walked over. She was dressed in a crescent white dress. She was elegant and dignified. Her coiled hair did not have too many accessories. There was only a green hairpin inserted diagonally into her hair. The tassels on her waist swayed gently as she walked. It was very beautiful. The more she looked at the beautiful woman, the more she felt strange. A woman who could not cultivate and would hide in a man's arms in panic when in danger. Why did she sometimes show such a mysterious temperament? Yes, she was mysterious. So far, she could not see through the beautiful woman. She always felt that she should not be so simple. Get on the carriage, the beautiful woman said to her son and daughter. Shy Yutong and his wife got on the carriage first, and then Fengjiu helped the beautiful woman get on the carriage. After they all sat down, they sat down outside and drove the carriage to the Ruan family. The Ruan family was not far from the Xie family. In addition, Fengjiu had explored the road yesterday, so he was familiar with the road conditions. Soon, they arrived at the gate of the Ruan family. However, unexpectedly, there were 7 or 8 carriages in front of them, blocking the road. Madam, we can't get through. The carriage has blocked the road ahead. Do you want to get off here? She looked back and asked. It was only a dozen meters or so from here, so it was convenient to park the carriage aside. Okay, let's get off here. The beautiful woman came out first. After getting off the carriage, she said to Fengjiu, you can park the carriage nearby. Tell the gatekeeper of the Ruan family to keep an eye on it. Later, Shirsi will follow me, and you will follow Yutong. Hearing this, she nodded and said, yes. After parking the carriage, she told the gatekeeper and followed them inside. She followed Shy Yutong like a servant. Looking forward, she saw the beautiful woman walking in front of her chatting with a woman in another carriage, talking and laughing all the way. She retracted her gaze and looked around. She saw that the Ruan family's interior was also very imposing, comparable to the Xie family's main residence. Around the small path leading to the backyard, there were several hidden guards guarding in the dark. The place where the matriarch of the house held the banquet was in the backyard, and the place where the young man and the young woman stayed was separated. When they arrived at the rear courtyard, Fengjiu was not allowed to enter the inner courtyard because of his status as a servant. Thus, the beautiful woman had Fengjiu wait at the courtyard entrance for a while. Not long after she brought her son and daughter in, Shy Yutong came out first after meeting the mistress of the Ruan family. Let's go. It's said that many disciples from the clans in the city have come. Let's go take a look. Shy Yutong came to Fengjiu's side and said. Then he followed a maidservant who led the way to the other side. Fengjiu followed him to another courtyard. When he entered, he saw that there were already more than 10 men in their teens to 20 sitting inside. Behind each of them was a manservant. The arrival of Shy Yutong made those people look back. As the host, Child Ruan saw another guest coming, so he stepped forward with a smile. I'm Child Ruan. I don't know who this is. I'm from the Xie family. My name is Shy Yutong. Shy Yutong looked at the man in front of him. He saw that the man in front of him was about 20 years old, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He had an outstanding appearance and a slender figure. Chapter 26-22. It turns out to be the young master of the Sief family. You're late. We've all come early. Come and sit down. Seeing this, Shai Yutong went forward with the eldest young master of the Ruan family and sat down in one of the seats, while Feng Jiu stood behind him. There are several young masters of the Sief family. What's your rank? Why haven't I seen you before? A teenager asked, looking at Shai Yutong with some doubts. He knew several direct descendants of the Sief family, but he didn't know the person in front of him. I'm not a direct descendant. I'm a collateral descendant, Shai Yutong said, picking a grape on the small table in front of him to eat. Thinking of Feng Jiu behind him, he picked a bunch and handed it to him. Here, Feng Jiu glanced at him in surprise. Seeing that he was hinting at her, and seeing that the people around her were looking at her in astonishment, she reached out to take it, plucked one, and ate it. How is it? Sweet? Shai Yutong asked, picking another one to eat. Yes, she responded and motioned him to look ahead. Are you a collateral descendant? A teenager looked at him strangely, then looked at the eldest young master of the Ruan family and asked, Didn't Madame Ruan invite the mistress of the Sief family? Why is a collateral descendant here? In the eyes of these direct descendants, the status of the collateral descendant was lower than theirs. The people present were all direct descendants. They didn't expect that the Sief family sent a collateral descendant. The eldest young master of the Ruan family smiled and said, As far as I know, the madam of the Sief family invited by my mother today is a collateral descendant. I heard from my mother that she and the madam of the Sief family are old acquaintances. His voice paused slightly, and he said with a smile, As the saying goes, heroes are not judged by their origin, whether they are direct descendants or collateral descendants. As long as they are talented, they will be respected. Don't you think so? Hearing this, everyone was silent for a moment and nodded in agreement. Yes, identity is a symbol, but personal strength is also very important. So, everyone's eyes fell on Shai Yutong again. Feng Jiu stood behind Shai Yutong and picked a bunch of grapes to eat. Looking at the eyes of the crowd, he thought to himself, as soon as the eldest son of the Ruan family spoke, he eased the situation. These people are now looking at the strength of Shai Yutong. However, Shai Yutong's strength is above average among his peers. Everyone started chatting, and the atmosphere gradually became harmonious. Feng Jiu stood behind and ate grapes. When he finished the grapes in his hand, Shai Yutong in front of him gave him 2 more fruits. Therefore, not only the manservants standing behind other childs showed envy on their faces, but even the child sitting in front of them were very curious. Yutong, have you always been so nice to your servants? Someone couldn't help but ask. From a moment he sat down until now, he saw that the servant behind him had been eating fruits. Of course not. He's different, Shai Yutong said. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but ask, how is he different? There doesn't seem to be anything outstanding about him. A teenager couldn't help laughing. How is he not outstanding? Look at this servant. He hasn't stopped eating since just now. He eats whatever Yutong gives him. He has eaten so much. Tell me, which servant can eat as much as him? Chapter 26-23. He instinctively averted his gaze and lowered his head, but when he finished doing all this, he finally reacted. He could not help but be stunned. He lifted his head again to look at the page boy, only to see the page boy eating the fruit with a simple and honest expression on his face. He could not help but wonder if what he saw just now was just his imagination. Yutong, why don't you tell us why your servant is different? Another young man said with a smile, his expression filled with curiosity. Shai Yutong saw that they were all curious and said, He saved my life. In fact, my family moved to the main house a few days ago, but we were attacked on the way. If he hadn't saved me at that time, I would have been killed. Hearing this, everyone was slightly surprised. This servant saved you? He doesn't look very strong. So your family moved here a few days ago? No wonder I haven't seen you before. Feng Jiu was eating the fruit and listening to their conversation, but her divine sense sensed that someone was staring at them in the dark, as if looking at all the teenagers present. She couldn't help but laugh in her heart. What's there to look at these teenagers? Could it be that the mistress of the Ruan clan wants to pick a future son-in-law in the name of a birthday banquet? Hey, by the way, have you heard that the Treasure Exchange Tower will be exchanging a 7th grade pill in a few days? A teenager said to the crowd, I've heard that it's a pill that can help a peak immortal sage break through to the immortal venerable level. I've heard about it too. My father and grandfather were talking about it yesterday. What's wrong? Isn't your family also eyeing this pill? The teenager looked at the man and asked, that's for sure. However, I heard from my father that the pills are not to be auctioned, but to be exchanged with treasures of the same value. Other than that, the most important thing is that we need information about the stairway to immortality. Immortal Ascension Ladder? What's that? A teenager asked in puzzlement. Why haven't I heard of this Immortal Ascension Ladder? Another person asked, looking at the crowd. Have you heard of it? Everyone looked at each other. Some were at a loss, and some were thinking. Obviously, some didn't know, and some knew something. A pill that can allow a peak immortal sage to break through to the immortal venerable realm? Don't tell me that it's the same as the other pills, and my strength stops there after eating one? Shai Yutong asked. He was not as well informed as others. If they hadn't told him, he wouldn't have known what 7th level elixir there was, let alone where the Bao E building was in the city. Another youth said, the news released by the appraisers of the Treasure Exchange Pavilion won't be affected. That's a high-grade 7th grade pill that's extremely pure. It's something that can only be found by chance. Since it's so precious, it must be very difficult to obtain. Moreover, this has nothing to do with us. We can't use that kind of elixir. Shai Yutong said without interest. Hearing this, everyone laughed, their intentions unclear. Even if the pill fell into the hands of the Xie clan, it would not fall into the hands of the Xie clan side branches. Moreover, the information about the stairway to immortality was even easier to obtain. Even the elders of the Xie clan were discussing this matter yesterday. Who knows which family will get it in the end? Chapter 26-24. We often compare notes with each other, and our strength is almost the same. It's not interesting to compare notes like this. After all, it's not a big competition in the family. It's better to, a teenager said. His voice paused, and his eyes swept behind the crowd. Let the servants behind us compete. They're all good at it. Let's just watch the fun. How about it? Ha ha ha. Well, this is interesting. Let's compete here. We don't need to go to the martial arts field. The place in the middle is big enough. Another teenager also said excitedly, clapping his hands and looking forward to it. Since it's a manservant competing and we're just here to watch the fun, we should definitely give them some benefits. A youth in embroidered clothes said as he looked around at the crowd. Why don't we take out some trinkets as a reward for the winner? No problem. Everyone agreed. They still had some small trinkets, and giving them to these servants as a reward was already considered extremely good. Only Shai Yutong was a little hesitant. He knew that although Fengjiu looked simple and honest, he was not easy to fool. Moreover, he didn't listen to him. Let him compete with these servants? Maybe he wouldn't. Thinking of this, he looked back at Fengjiu. When he was about to speak, he heard Fengjiu's cold voice. I don't want to join in the fun. You can do it yourself. Fengjiu glanced at Shai Yutong with a faint expression. Seeing Feng Ix's expression, Shai Yutong couldn't say what he wanted to say. He turned back and smiled awkwardly at the crowd. Well, your manservant can do it. I'll pass. When the crowd heard this, they were slightly surprised. How can that be? Yutong, you are too mean, aren't you? Yes, it's just a game. It's just fun. Why don't you participate? Could it be that you're afraid that your manservant will lose? Oh well, he usually doesn't play this game. He is a little dull and can't play this game. Let's just watch. Shai Yutong said. Seeing that the teenager was about to speak, he stood up with his hands covering his stomach. Oh, I guess I drank too much wine. I have to go to the toilet. You can play. Seeing him rushing out of the yard with his hands covering his stomach, the teenagers were stunned for a while and then laughed at the same time. Shai Yutong is really interesting. He escaped by urinating? I think his servant is more interesting. He said he didn't want to play. If Yutong wants to play, he can do it himself. The teenager in brocade, sitting next to Shai Yutong, laughed and said, I haven't seen any servants as bold as his. Yutong said earlier that the manservant saved his life, so he's probably unable to treat him like an ordinary manservant. Let them be. Another person said with a smile and called out the servant behind him. Go and compete with them. If you win, you will be rewarded. As a result, the yard became lively again because of the competition between the manservants. Outside, Shy Yutong, who had left the yard, looked at Feng Nine beside him as he walked and said, they even used the excuse of going to the bathroom. I guess they will laugh to death. If I had known, I wouldn't have listened to my mother and brought you here today. Chapter 26-25. Why can't I get out? Shy Yutong stopped and walked back to the original place after 2 laps. He couldn't help but look back in astonishment. Did we enter a place we shouldn't enter? There's a formation here, Feng Jiu said and released her divine awareness. She felt that there were no secret guards nearby. Just as she was about to speak, she heard the faint sound of a guqin coming from the front. Who's playing the guqin? Do you hear the sound of the guqin? Shy Yutong looked at Feng Jiu and asked. He took a step forward and was about to follow the sound of the guqin, but was stopped by Feng Jiu. Why are you pulling me? He looked back and glared at her with dissatisfaction. This is someone else's home. Don't break in. This guy was reckless. Didn't he know that curiosity killed people? I didn't break in. He continued. You see, we accidentally walked in. Since that's the case, we will also accidentally walk to the front. We didn't mean to barge in. He smiled slyly. Let's go. Anyway, we've come in. Let's take a peek and see who's playing the guqin. Feng Jiu sighed helplessly. If you break in like this and bump into something you shouldn't see, it will cause trouble. Come with me. Let's go to find your mother. She pulled him, but the guy shook off her hand and ran forward. What's wrong with just taking a look? Besides, what trouble can there be here? There must be someone living here, since there is the sound of the zither. We can ask him how to get out of this formation. Shy Yutong walked quickly inside and followed the sound of the zither, but he still couldn't get out of the formation. Feng Jiu saw this and shook her head secretly. She had to walk beside him and follow him. After 2 laps, she saw that he was about to walk to the other side. She stopped him and said, It seems that someone has just passed by that side. Let's try this side. Have they passed by it? He expressed his doubts. Yes, they have, Feng Jiu said and walked to the other side. Seeing this, Shy Yutong followed him. After a while, when they got out of the formation, he looked at Feng Jiu in surprise. You're so lucky. You can get out of the formation by just walking around? Feng Jiu secretly rolled her eyes and ignored him. Instead, she looked around and vaguely saw a pavilion in the bamboo forest in front of her. There seemed to be a young girl playing the zither in the pavilion. It's a girl. How can she live in such a place? Shy Yutong said. Before Feng Nine could speak, he strode forward and shouted, Miss, let me ask you something. How can we get out of this formation? When the girl who was playing the zither heard the sound, she was startled. She didn't even turn her head as she stood up in a panic and ran into the forest. Because she ran too fast, she tripped over a stone on the ground and fell. However, she didn't care about the pain as she got up and ran. Shy Yutong stood not far away and watched the girl run to the forest. After a long time, he looked back at Feng Jiu. Do I look scary? Why did the girl run away as soon as I said that? Feng Jiu looked at the forest and looked back after a glance. He said, I don't think she often sees strangers. It's rude of us to appear like this. Let's go. Go. Where to? Do you know how to get out? Shy Yutong glanced at Feng Jiu and said, It's pure luck that you can come in just now. If you go in now, you won't be able to get out even if it's dark. Chapter 26-26. Come with me. We can't go out. That woman must know how to get out. Besides, I'm a master. You should listen to me. Shy Yutong said and walked forward. He asked curiously, but all the young masters and young ladies of the Ruan family are at the banquet. Why didn't she go there? Feng Jiu didn't bother to speak again and followed him. She had explored this place with her divine awareness. There was only one woman and no one else. Since he wanted to have a look, she would let him go. The two of them walked into the depths of the bamboo forest until they arrived at a bamboo house. With a sweep of her divine sense, she knew that the woman was hiding in the bamboo house. However, she felt a little strange in her heart. This was the Ruan family, And this woman should also be a member of the Ruan family. Why would she be scared to the point of hiding when she saw them? Just as she was thinking, Shai Yutong had stepped forward and knocked on the door. Is anyone there? Miss. Seeing this, Feng Jiu, who was standing behind, went to the stone table outside the bamboo house and sat down. She held her cheek with one hand and looked around. After a while, she heard a small voice. Who are you people? What are you going to do? Hearing the voice, Shai Yutong grinned and said, We are from the Xie family. Today is the birthday of the mistress of the Ruan family. Many people from aristocratic families were invited. My servant and I walked into the tactical matrix when we came out. Now we can't get out. Miss, you should know how to get out of the tactical matrix, right? Can you tell us how to get out? Feng Jiu smiled. The tactical matrix seemed simple, but in fact, it was complicated. Obviously, it wanted to isolate the bamboo forest from the outside. What's more, there were no secret guards around the tactical matrix. It was obvious that the person who set up the tactical matrix knew that even if someone broke in by mistake, they couldn't get in. As for the girl who lived here, she looked like a teenager. It was estimated that she couldn't solve the tactical matrix. I don't know. The girl's voice came in a low voice. She sounded a little sad. Shai Yutong was stunned. You don't know? He instinctively looked back at Feng Jiu. She doesn't know. What should we do? Feng Jiu smiled and said, You are the young master. I should listen to you on this matter. Hearing this, Shai Yutong froze and smiled embarrassedly. I was just kidding. Besides, you are not a servant in my house. I just said that you are a servant in front of outsiders. Even if you want to leave our house, we can't do anything to you, right? He came to the table and sat down. He looked at Feng Jiu and said, We've been out for some time. If we don't go back now, my mother won't be able to find her. I see. She looked at him leisurely and said, But there's nothing I can do. I don't know much about that array formation. I was lucky to be able to walk in. If I walk in again, I reckon I won't be able to walk out even when it's dark. Shai Yutong's mouth twitched. Why did those words sound so familiar? As the two of them were talking, the door of the bamboo house quietly opened a crack. The young girl peeked out from the crack and looked at the two of them carefully and curiously. Chapter 26-27. She was really like a frightened rabbit. However, the girl seemed to be wearing a veil. Seeing this, Shai Yutong stood up and strode to the room. Girl, would you like to come out and talk to us? Who are you? Was he being locked up here? We are not bad people. Would you like to come out? Hearing the word from outside, the girl in the room hesitated and finally opened the door and walked out. She looked at Shai Yutong in front of her and then looked at Feng Jiu sitting at the table. After thinking about it, she turned and walked inside. After a while, she took out a plate of pastries. I'll treat you, she said in a low voice. She was a little restrained and didn't dare to look at them. She lowered her head slightly, but it was full of kindness. We just ate a lot in front. Shai Yutong didn't know much about the ways of the world. He just thought that they had just drunk some fruit in front. So he was a little full. However, before he finished speaking, Feng Jiu came over and took the plate. Thank you, Feng Jiu said. He took the plate and walked to the table, saying, Come and sit together. The girl quickly looked up at Feng Jiu, and her eyes lit up. She nodded happily. Well, then she followed Feng Jiu to the table and sat down. What's your name? Feng Jiu asked, picking up a piece of pastry and eating it. My name is Ruan Ruyun. She lowered her head, put her hands under the table, and nervously grabbed the corner of her clothes. Who are you in the Ruan family? Why do you live here? Since he couldn't get out, Shai Yutong was not in a hurry, so he asked curiously. Thus, as the two of them questioned each other, they found out about the girl's identity and why she was here. It turned out that the girl was the fourth miss of the Ruan family, the youngest daughter of the mistress of the Ruan family. However, because there was something on her face, the medicine was useless, so she had been locked up here. Really? No matter what, you were still Madame Ruan's daughter. How could she lock you up like this? Shai Yutong was a little surprised. Their mother was very good to them. He believed that even if they had a bad disease, she would not give them up. But the girl in front of him was obviously abandoned by her family. So, you've been living here alone since you were 5 years old? Feng Jiu was also a little surprised. Such a young child. Could it be that he lived here alone? Maybe it was because no one of her age had come in before, or Feng Jiu and Shai Yutong didn't make her feel like bad guys, so she gradually let go. Yes, my father and mother said that if outsiders knew that I looked like this, it would embarrass the family, so they let me live here by myself. However, they sent people to teach me how to read and play the zither. My big brother will also send me things every few days. You're not weak either. You're not inferior to your elder sister. Don't tell me your parents don't know. Ruan Ryun was startled by Feng Jiu's words. She instinctively looked up. Seeing her reaction, Feng Jiu raised his eyebrows. Shai Yutong was stunned. He looked up and down at Ruan Ryun, and then looked at Feng Jiu. How is her strength not low? Why don't I see it? Feng Jiu glanced at him and said leisurely, higher than you. Chapter 26-28. Ruan Ryun looked at Feng Jiu with shock and doubt in her eyes. My master said that even my father couldn't see through the hidden skills I practiced. How did you see through it? Hearing this, Shai Yutong couldn't help but stare. In that case, was this girl really stronger than him? Feng Jiu smiled and said, it doesn't matter how I know. However, since your master wants you to hide it, he must have his reasons. Don't worry, we will forget about this place when we get out of here. We won't mention anything about you. The problem is that we can't get out, Shai Yutong said and couldn't help sighing. If he had known it, he wouldn't have run around and wouldn't have been trapped here. Feng Jiu glanced at him and stood up. I'm lucky. Maybe I can get out of here again. Shai Yutong was stunned for a moment, but he didn't speak again. He just stood up and walked to his side. All right, I'll follow you. Maybe you're lucky enough to get out of here again. Seeing that they were about to leave, Ruan Ryun stood up in a hurry. Unexpectedly, she pressed the veil when she put her hand on the table. The veil on her face fell to the ground as she stood up, and her face covered by the veil was exposed. Ah, my God! Shai Yutong was shocked. He instinctively exclaimed and took a few steps back. After that, he patted his chest with fear and stared at Ruan Ryun. Why? Why is your face like this? Ruan Ryun was stunned. She picked up the veil in a hurry and was about to put it on again, but Feng Jiu grabbed her hand. What are you doing? She froze and lowered her head helplessly, covering her face with her hands. Feng Jiu narrowed his eyes and stared at her face. There was a flash of light in his eyes. Is this the hidden disease you mentioned? Do you know this is poison? He didn't look away, but still stared at Ruan Ryun. She couldn't see the original appearance of her face. There were only some greenish-black stripes covering her entire face. What surprised her was that when she grabbed her wrist, she discovered that her primordial spirit had been sealed by someone. Moreover, she had a purine body. Ruan Ryun looked at Feng Jiu in astonishment. What? Poison? How could it be? It's a disease that no one can cure. It's not poison. Who told you that it's a disease? Feng Jiu raised his eyebrows. The doctors and pharmacists invited by my parents all said that it's a disease. Some said that I was haunted by ghosts and that my face couldn't be cured. Ruan Ryun said with a sad expression. She paused and looked at Feng Jiu. However, my master said that as long as I work hard and cultivate, as long as I break through to the golden core stage, this disease will be cured. However, I broke through to the golden core stage a few days ago, but my face is still like this. Perhaps my face won't be cured. Feng Jiu narrowed his eyes. His eyes were deep. No one knew what he was thinking. You said before that you suddenly contracted a disease when you were 5 years old, and your master also appeared at that time? He looked at Ruan Ryun and asked. Yes. Ruan Ryun didn't understand why Feng Jiu asked this. Holding the veil in her hand, she hesitated and asked, Veil, can I wear it? She wasn't used to showing her ugly face in front of others. It made her feel uncomfortable and made her feel inferior. Chapter 26-29. My master is a good person. My master is very kind to me. He's a good person. She was a little angry and raised her voice. She didn't like Feng Jiu talking about her master like this. Feng Jiu shook his head and said, Well, you won't believe me. Anyway, you should be careful. When we leave, you should forget all of us. Don't mention to others that we came in. She glanced at Shai Yutong, who was standing aside, and asked, Why don't you go? Shai Yutong came to his senses and walked quickly to Feng Jiu. He looked at Ruan Ryun and finally said, "Well, we're leaving." Seeing that they were about to leave, Ruan Ryun's eyes were filled with tears. She walked quickly to Fengjiu and said, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to shout at you. It's just that my master is really a good person." Fengjiu didn't want to say more, but when he heard her words, he said to Shai Yutong, "Go ahead and wait for me." "Ah, why?" Shai Yutong didn't want to go, but when he met Fengjiu's eyes, he couldn't help shrinking. He instinctively walked forward and muttered with some grievances, "Why are you so fierce? Why don't you take a look at yourself in the mirror? You don't look like a manservant at all. Usually you're so silly and honest in front of my mother, but outside, you're so fierce to me and order me around." When he went away, Fengjiu looked at Ruan Ryun and said, "You can meet me today. It's fate that you and I are together. I'll tell you. As for what to do, you decide for yourself." He paused and looked at her deeply and said, "There's poison on your face, but this poison is not fatal. It will only make the blue and black spots all over your face. In fact, it's easy to detoxify this poison. You just need to take the bamboo water, and it will slowly detoxify your body and reduce the poison spots on your face." Looking at the girl's startled and suspicious eyes, Fengjiu continued, "You can try as I said. In addition, your divine awareness has been locked. From what you said before, I can infer that the person who locked your divine awareness should be your master. As for why, I have to tell you one more thing." The corners of her lips curled up slightly as she looked at the young girl's bewildered eyes and said, "You also have a pure Een body that is 1 in a million. What does a pure Een body mean? I think that since you've cultivated to this level, you should understand." A breeze blew gently, and several bamboo leaves fluttered down from the air. One of them fell on Fengjiu's shoulder. She tilted her head slightly and looked at her shoulder. She raised her hand and gently swept the bamboo leaf off. She said, "If your master is a woman, then she let you cultivate to the gold core period. I guess she wants to take over your body. If your master is a man, then I guess she wants to use you as a furnace." She looked at her and said slowly, "Well, that's all I have to say. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. By the way, I don't like trouble. I don't want to be mentioned again." As soon as her voice fell, she turned and walked out. She came to Shai Yutong, who was kicking the stones on the ground. "Let's go. Let's see if my luck has run out." She smiled and stepped into the formation, followed by Shai Yutong. Chapter 26:30. After circling the formation twice, the two of them walked out. Shai Yutong, who was out of the array, stared at Fengjiu with a strange look and asked, "Do you know how to get out of this array?" "I'm just lucky. I came out while walking." Fengjiu smiled and continued to walk forward. "Don't lie to me. How can you get in and get out by luck? You must know how to make arrays." He looked at him as he spoke. He saw that his face was ordinary, and even if he were to walk on the streets, he would not be able to find him. But why was it that the more he interacted with him, the more he felt that he was not simple? "Hey, what did you say to her just now? Why can't I listen?" He was a little curious. "What did he say to Ruan Ryun just now? Didn't we agree? Forget about it when you get out of the array. Don't mention it again." She glanced at him leisurely. "Or is it that you, a so-called man, always don't mean what you say?" Hearing this, Shai Yutong straightened his chest. "How can it be? I always keep my word." "That's good." She nodded with satisfaction and said, "If someone asks, just say that you were in the toilet." Shai Yutong's mouth twitched, but he did not ask the question again. Instead, he looked at him with some inquiry. "Fengjiu, who are you? What do you want to do in my house? Could it be that someone sent you to my house?" Fengjiu glanced at him speechlessly. "Don't you use your brain when you speak? Who invited me to go with you on the way? Who asked me to go to the Sief family? Besides, is there anything good in your house worth me sneaking in? Then why did you stay in my house? You should be stronger than me, and I find that you seem to know a lot. How could you tell that she was poisoned at a glance?" And he wanted to ask more, but was stopped by Fengjiu. "Stop." Fengjiu raised his hand. Unconsciously, they came to the rockery. She stopped and looked at Shai Yutong. "Don't worry, I have no intention to harm your family. I just don't have a place to stay for the time being. I will leave after a while." Hearing this, he was stunned. "You still want to leave? Nonsense, that's not my home. Am I supposed to stay here and be a servant?" She rolled her eyes impolitely and continued to walk forward. Perhaps it was because she didn't hide her true nature when she was with him, so her actions and words were more casual. "You're not a servant. You're my housekeeper. I'm only a manservant today." As he spoke, he looked at him and said, "Actually, if you don't have anywhere to go, you can always stay at my house." Feng Jiu smiled and didn't say anything, but looked ahead. When he saw Xie Shirsi, he pulled Shai Yutong beside him. "Look, isn't that your sister? Where is she going with that servant girl? Let's go and have a look," Shai Yutong said and strode forward. Feng Jiu and Shai Yutong followed behind unhurriedly, watching the servant girl take Xie Shirsi to a yard. Faintly, they heard Xie Shirsi asking, "Why is my brother here? What is he doing here?" Chapter 26:31. Shai Yutong seemed to have caught something. He pointed to the front and said, "Look, she really wants to trap my sister. The maidservant took my sister in and left by herself. Damn it, I'm going to see what the hell she wants to do." He strode forward angrily. Seeing this, Feng Jiu glanced in the direction of the maidservant's departure and followed Shai Yutong. When they came to the yard, they were a little surprised because the yard seemed to be a deserted place. There were only 2 big trees on the left and right. Moreover, there were 2 cheer-restraining arrays around the 2 big trees, one of which was used to hide the spiritual aura in the yard. "Little sure? Little sure?" Shai Yutong shouted, but his sister didn't answer. "Strange, why didn't she answer me?" He stepped forward and pushed open the door of the only wing room in the yard. After entering, he found that the room was empty and there was nothing in it. But in the yard, there were no other rooms or backyards except for this room. "Why is there no one? Little sure? Little sure?" He was a little flustered and shouted anxiously, but there was no response. He couldn't help but turn back and walk quickly to Feng Jiu. "What should I do? Little sure is missing." Feng Jiu walked slowly and looked at the empty room. Her eyes fell on the center of the room. She walked slowly at first, then took a few steps back, as if she was studying something. After a while, she looked at the surrounding walls carefully. "There should be a secret passage in here. Look for it. There may be a mechanism on the wall," she said slowly and looked around the wall. "Mechanism." His face turned pale, and then he gritted his teeth. "How dare that maidservant hurt my sister? Someone must have ordered her to do this. Otherwise, how dare a maidservant do such a thing?" Feng Jiu said lightly, tapping on the wall with her hand. She looked around the wall of the room, but didn't find it. Seeing Shai Yutong walking around anxiously, she returned to the door and closed her eyes to think carefully. Judging from the time, the maidservant took Xie Shirsi into the room and left. If there was a mechanism, it should be by the door, right? Thinking of this, she opened her eyes and looked around the door carefully. When she pressed a brick in her hand and found that it could move, she pressed it hard. The spiritual power in the room gushed out, and a vortex appeared under Shai Yutong's feet in the middle of the room. The vortex instantly sank and sucked Shai Yutong in. "Ah!" Before he could react, he cried out in alarm and fell into the whirlpool, disappearing without a trace. When Feng Jiu saw this, he frowned and immediately jumped in as well. Outside a courtyard of the Ruan Manor, the 3rd miss of the Ruan family, the young girl who had fought with the beautiful woman over the cloth, saw the return of the servant girl. Her eyes lit up with joy, and after looking left and right, she quickly walked forward. "What do you think? Did you lure Xie Shirsi in?" she asked excitedly. At this moment, the maidservant's face was somewhat pale. Her expression also carried a bit of panic and apprehension. She looked at the 3rd young miss of the Ruan family and said in a small voice, "It has already fallen in." "No one saw it, right?" 3rd Miss Ruan asked. "No, there's nothing in the surroundings," the maidservant replied. Chapter 26:32. "Yes, young Mississippi," the maidservant replied and quickly retreated after receiving the brocade pouch. 3rd young Miss Ruan happily chuckled and thought to herself, "Once you enter that place, I'll see how you die." At this time, the beautiful woman who was chatting with Mistress Ruan and the others saw that her daughter had gone out for so long and couldn't help but turn around to look. "Look at you. Your daughter has only gone out for a while, and you're already worried? What? Are you worried that something will happen to her here?" Mistress Ruan joked as her gaze fell on the beautiful woman's gentle face. It had been so many years, but she still looked the same. Seeing the happy smile in her eyes when she talked about her children and her husband, she couldn't help but feel a little jealous. However, she suppressed it very well, and her face was still full of smiles, full of deep sisterly love. "This child of mine always makes me worry at home. If I don't see her in a while, I'm afraid that she'll cause trouble again," the beautiful woman said softly. "It's fine. If she doesn't come back in a while, I'll send someone to look for her," Mistress Ruan said as she smiled and picked a grape to eat. The beautiful woman smiled and nodded. After all, she was at the Ruan residence, and it was Mistress Ruan who had invited her as a guest. If something happened to the guest, it would be hard for the host to explain. Thinking of this, she relaxed and didn't think about it anymore. At this time, after Sieshursi fell from the whirlpool, she inexplicably fell into a forest. What she didn't expect was that there was a crouching beast in the place she fell. Her entire body smashed into the beast and was pushed several meters away by the beast that suddenly stood up. "This!" She cried out in pain and scrambled to her feet. She saw the ferocious beast walking towards her while letting out a low howl. Don't come over. Don't come over." She was so scared that her face turned white. She had been well protected since young and had never encountered such a large beast. She also didn't know how she suddenly appeared in this forest. Don't come over. Don't come over. If you continue, I won't be polite anymore." She was so frightened that she took out a long sword from her spatial ring and held it in her hand. However, her body was trembling. The ferocious beast snorted in disdain. It glanced at her contemptuously before it leaped and pounced on her. It would be strange if it didn't want to eat such delicious food. Sieshursi was so frightened that she threw away the sword in her hand and ran away. She screamed in panic, "Help! Save me! Mother! Mother! Father! Brother! Save me! Come and save me!" However, after running for about 500 meters, perhaps her cry for help had attracted the other beasts in the forest. She heard a series of howls and roars in the forest, scaring Sieshursi so much that her face turned as white as paper. The path in front of her was blocked by another ferocious beast. She stopped in a panic and turned around to look at the ferocious beast that was chasing after her. Then, she looked at the ferocious beast in front of her that was baring its sharp teeth and drooling. She could not help but cry. "Don't eat me. I don't taste good, sob sob." Chapter 26:33. Roar! Ow! Below, the two beasts fought for the fresh and tender food. The two beasts pounced on each other and tore at each other. Sieshursi, who was in the tree, was so scared that she hugged the branch tightly. She looked at the two ferocious beasts tearing each other apart. The splashing of blood, the tearing of flesh, and the sharp fangs frightened her so much that her teeth chattered. Her body trembled, and her legs became weak, unable to take a step forward. "No, if I stay here any longer, when one of the two beasts dies, I'll die too," she muttered, her pale face filled with fear and helplessness. "I have to live. I have to go home." She took a deep breath and calmed herself down. However, no matter how calm she was, her heart was still trembling. The fear from the bottom of her heart, the helplessness of having no one to rely on in a dangerous situation and no one to protect her, made her panic. But she also knew that she had to leave at this time. Otherwise, the next target of the beast below would be her. So, she tried to suppress the fear in her heart and used her spiritual power to warm her hands and feet, which were cold because of extreme fear. When she felt the warmth in her dantian, her hands and feet gradually recovered their feeling and strength. She remembered the treasure in her space. Yes, the flying celestial device given by Dad. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly found her flying celestial device from the space. It was a flying leaf. When she threw the flying leaf and jumped on it, she could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. She sat on the flying leaf and left the place. However, after flying for a distance, she suddenly heard a cry from above her head. Instinctively, She looked up and saw a huge bird with a sharp beak flapping its wings and attacking her. Ah! She cried out in alarm, and her entire body fell from the sky along with her flying magic tool. When Feng Jiu and Shai Yutong fell from a vortex, they just heard the exclamation. Shai Yutong lost his balance and fell to the ground. Feng Jiu, who fell next, used his spiritual power to land lightly and looked in the direction of the exclamation. Get up quickly. It's your sister's voice, Feng Jiu said and rushed in that direction. Shai Yutong, who hadn't realized how he fell here, quickly got up and chased after him. After running for more than 10 meters, he saw something shining with cold light. He looked at it carefully and found it was his sister's sword. He quickly ran over and picked up the sword. His heart tightened, and he hurried to catch up with Feng Jiu. In front of him, Feng Jiu flashed through the weeds. His speed was so fast that Shai Yutong could not catch up with him. When she saw a beast that had been bitten to death about 500 meters away, her eyes narrowed, and she hurried forward. Shai Yutong, who was chasing after her, also saw the beast, and whose flesh was torn by sharp teeth. His face, he turned pale and cried and exclaimed and ran. No, don't come over. Xie Shursi fell to the ground and fell from the aircraft. She sprained her ankle and could not stand up. When she saw the beast with blood in its mouth approaching step by step, with bloodthirsty and ferocious light in its eyes, she cried and felt desperate. Mother, father, where are you? Come and save me, Wu. I don't want to die. Chapter 2634. Thinking that she was going to die, she held her head tightly with both hands and closed her eyes. However, after waiting for a while, she only heard a fierce airflow passing through the air, followed by a loud bang in front of her. She was stunned for a while and carefully opened her eyes. She only saw that about 20 meters away from her, Feng Jiu, dressed in green, was coming up step by step with a sword in his hand. Seeing him, she shouted in surprise, Feng Jiu, I'm here. She endured the pain in her foot and stood up. She limped over to him and threw herself into his arms, hugging him tightly with both hands. Wu, I thought I was going to die. I thought I would be eaten. Wu, it's so scary. Those beasts are so scary that after seeing Feng Nine, her heart, which had been in a state of panic and fear, finally calmed down. Seeing a familiar person save her in the midst of despair and helplessness, she just wanted to throw herself into his arms and cry out loud, venting the fear in her heart. It's all right. Don't worry, Feng Jiu said softly. She reached out and patted her head. She was glad that she didn't come late. Otherwise, she couldn't imagine what kind of scene she would see. Sister, Shai Yutong also ran over. Seeing the dead beast, he couldn't help exhaling a sigh of relief and walked quickly to them. Sister, how are you? Are you hurt? He asked worriedly. Brother, I'm so scared. I'm so scared to die here. I'm so scared that I can't see you and Mother. She turned to him, threw herself into his arms, and hugged him tightly. Feeling that his sister's body was still trembling, Shai Yutong's heart ached. He comforted her clumsily. It's all right. Don't be afraid. I'm here. I'll protect you. After a long while, Xie Shursi, who finally calmed down, wiped her eyes and looked at them with red eyes. How did you come here? Where's this? We were clearly in the Ruan Manor. How did we fall into this forest? We were going to look for you and Mother, but we saw a maidservant take you to the back courtyard, so we followed. When we saw the maidservant take you into the courtyard and leave, we knew that things were bad. We went into the courtyard to look for you, but we couldn't find you. Fortunately, Feng Jiu was there. He found an opportunity on the wall, but a whirlpool appeared, and we fell down. Shai Yutong said, looking at Feng Jiu with gratitude. If it wasn't for him, his sister would probably have been eaten by that ferocious beast. Thinking of the ferocious beast, he couldn't help but look at the ferocious beast lying motionless on the ground. Kill with a single sword strike? His heart trembled slightly, and he quickly walked forward to take a look. Sure enough, it was a one-hit kill. However, this ferocious beast was at the peak of the holy beast level. Feng Jiu was actually able to kill it with a single strike. He couldn't help but look at Feng Jiu, who was talking to his sister, and thought to himself, how strong is Fengjiu? How does he know so many things? What are you doing? Dig out the beast crystal. Fengjiu saw him standing there in a daze, so he said, oh. Shai Yutong calmed down, took out a dagger, and dug out the beast crystal. Then he saw Fengjiu, who had come to his side, stretched out his hand. What? He asked in a daze. Chapter 26:35. If you want, you can kill it yourself. Anyway, there should be a lot of fierce beasts here, she said leisurely and glanced around. She didn't expect that the Ruan's mansion was so special. How can there be such a place in the Ruan's mansion? Shai Yutong asked with a frown. You're asking me? Who should I ask? Anyway, this is definitely not the Ruan's mansion. How can we get out? Xia Shirsi asked. Looking around at the forest, she couldn't help but worry. It seems that there is no way here. Fengjiu spread out his hands and said, I came in so suddenly that I don't know how to get out. She paused for a moment and said, You guys wait for me. I'll go dig out the crystal beast in front of us. After saying that, she walked back. Little Sure, this is your flying magic weapon and the sword you dropped in front of us. Take them. Shai Yutong picked up the flying magic weapon and returned it to her together with the sword he found in front of them. Thank you, brother. She took the things and stepped on her sprained foot. She couldn't help but gasp and fall down. Shai Yutong hurriedly supported her and asked worriedly, What's wrong? What's wrong with your foot? I sprained it when I fell down just now. It hurts a little, she said, biting her lower lip. Sit down, sit down. He was about to sit down when he heard Fengjiu's voice coming back. The smell of blood has already spread and will definitely attract other ferocious beasts. We can't sit here any longer. Let's leave first. As she spoke, she slowly walked back and glanced at Xia Shirsi's feet. Hearing this, Shai Yutong said to his sister, Come on, little Sure, I'll carry you. Okay. Xia Shirsi nodded and lay on her brother's back. Where are we going? Shai Yutong looked at Fengjiu and asked. This way. Fengjiu pointed to a direction on the left and walked in that direction. Shai Yutong followed with his sister on his back. After they had walked quite a distance, Fengjiu stopped and said, Let's rest here first. Hearing this, Shai Yutong couldn't help sighing. Then he put his sister down. After helping her sit down, he wiped his sweat. When he was about to take out the medicine for bruises from a space ring, he saw that Fengjiu had stepped forward and squatted down beside his sister. Take off your boots and pull up your skirt, Fengjiu said. Oh. Xia Shirsi responded and followed Fengjiu's instructions. She pulled her skirt up a little, revealing her red and swollen ankle. Why is it so swollen? Shai Yutong also squatted down. Seeing Fengjiu touch his sister's foot, he couldn't help but push his hand away with a dark face. What are you doing? Fengjiu looked up and glanced at him in confusion. What do you mean? You touched my sister's foot. How can you touch a girl's foot as a man? He said angrily and took out the medicine himself. I have medicine here. I'll help her apply some. Seeing this, Fengjiu was stunned for a moment and then laughed. You're quite protective of your sister. Of course, I'm her brother. Who should I protect if not her? Shai Yutong raised his chin and helped his sister apply the medicine casually. Then he said, Well, that's it. Chapter 26:36. Shai Yutong was stunned and asked, What else? Fengjiu shook his head and said, Apply the medicine thickly and tie it with a belt. Let the medicine be applied to the red and swollen area. Hearing this, Shai Yutong thought it was reasonable, so he did as he said. After applying some medicine, he tore 2 cloth belts from his old space clothes and wrapped his feet. Little Sure, come on, put on your boots. He didn't tie too many bandages, and the boots weren't very tight, so he could still put the ointment on his feet. However, just as he helped his sister put on the boots, he heard the roars of ferocious beasts coming from all around. Ow! Roar! Hearing the roars from the forest, Shai Yutong became nervous. After helping his sister up, he carried her on his back and walked quickly to Fengjiu. It sounds like fierce beasts. Why do I hear so many of them? What the hell is this place? He looked around vigilantly, only to see the leaves rustling as they swayed. But he didn't know how far the fierce beasts were from them. Shai Yutong, who had never seen such a situation, was slightly shocked and had cold sweat on his forehead, but he still pretended to be calm. But when he saw Feng Jiu's casual look, he screamed like a cat with hair standing on end. There are fierce beasts. Didn't you hear the roars? Those fierce beasts may be coming to us. Aren't you nervous and afraid? He glared and shouted angrily. He was scared half to death, and his heart was in his throat. But who knew that Feng Jiu was so relaxed? Did he know where he was? Did he know that they were in danger now? If they didn't pay attention, the three of them were likely to die here, and even their bones would be gone. Feng Jiu looked at him in surprise and said, "Don't be nervous. They haven't appeared yet, have they? Besides, there must be more than a few fierce beasts here. If these fierce beasts scare you like this, what will happen later?" Hearing this, Shai Yutong, who had been pretending to be calm, couldn't help but panic. What should I do? What should I do? I'm just at the peak of Zhuji realm, not even a Jindan realm cultivator. I haven't encountered so many fierce beasts before. I can't beat them. Brother, Feng Jiu is here. Don't be afraid. Xie Shirsi, who was lying on his back, blinked and comforted him softly. She looked at Feng Jiu and smiled sweetly. You will protect us, right? Feng Jiu raised his eyebrows, looked at her, and smiled. Don't worry. The fierce beasts can't eat you. Shai Yutong's look around. There are many fierce beasts here. There are many fierce beasts here. You don't have a powerful contract beast. You don't have a powerful contracted beast. You don't have a powerful contracted beast. Shai Yutong's panic gradually calmed down. He glanced at Feng Jiu and muttered, "It's not a pet beast. How can it be so easy to contract with one? But it's difficult for us to contract a powerful contracted beast with our strength," Xie Shirsi said, a little distressed. They didn't want a contracted beast with ordinary fighting power, but they couldn't contract one with strong fighting power. Chapter 26:37. She walked slowly in front, and the two people behind her did not notice the ancient aura that was emitting from her body. However, the ferocious beasts that were hiding in the bushes and preparing to pounce on the three of them sensed it. It was precisely because they perceived the dangerous aura that they didn't dare to go forward, but just stared in the dark and followed quietly. Among them, the holy beasts with higher spiritual intelligence stared at the three people for a while, and then their sharp and cautious eyes fell on the cyan figure in front of them. It was certain that the dangerous aura that permeated the air came from this human. That was the pressure of an ancient mythological beast. That kind of pressure made even a holy beast like it not dare to take half a step forward. After walking for a while, they didn't see any ferocious beasts, only the occasional sound of ferocious beasts in the forest. The Xie siblings couldn't help but wonder. We clearly heard the sound of ferocious beasts. Why didn't they appear? Brother, I saw it just now. There was a ferocious beast following us, but it ran away halfway. Xie Shirsi whispered. She also felt that it was strange. Isn't it good that they didn't appear? Or do you have the ability to fight with ferocious beasts? Feng Jiu didn't look back, still walking slowly, looking leisurely as if he was strolling in his own back garden. With her strength, she was not afraid of the ferocious beasts here. What's more, what kind of scene hadn't she experienced? Why would she be afraid of such a few ferocious beasts? No, I'm just thinking, if my mother can't find us, will she find us? Could she have known that we fell here? How are we going to get out? Shai Yutong said. He was inexplicably worried about these unknown things. Hearing this, Feng Jiu glanced back at him and said, "Don't worry about what you said. There's only one thing to think about here, that is, how to survive." The Xie siblings didn't speak anymore, but followed Feng Jiu's footsteps step by step in the Ruan family. The beautiful woman who hadn't seen her daughter for a long time finally couldn't sit still. She asked the mistress of the Ruan family to send someone to look for her. However, the result was that Xie Shirsi couldn't be found in the house. What she didn't expect was that not only her daughter was missing, but even her son and Feng Jiu were missing. How can they disappear? The beautiful woman's eyes were full of worry, and she looked at the mistress of the Ruan family, who was surprised. When the mistress of the Ruan family saw this, she said, "Don't worry, I'll send someone to ask." Then, she got up and said to the beautiful woman, "Come with me." The two of them left first and came to the side hall of the small courtyard. The Ruan family's matriarch called for a third daughter and asked, "You've been accompanying the young ladies of the various manors in the courtyard. Do you know where the young lady of the Sief family went?" Third Miss Ruan's heart skipped a beat. Her eyes flashed as she lowered her eyes and said, "No, I haven't seen him." However, whether it was the mistress of the Ruan family or the beautiful woman, they were all shrewd people. Seeing her evasive gaze and a guilty look in her eyes, how could they not know that this matter was definitely related to her? Chapter 2638. She was holding back her anger. She didn't expect her daughter, whom she had repeatedly warned, to cause trouble for her. She was usually a smart child. How could she be so muddle-headed in this matter? I really don't know. Maybe they went home? Third Miss Ruan braced herself and said, at this moment, she would be a fool if she admitted it. Anyway, once they entered that place, not even their bones would be left. If she admitted it now, the situation would be terrible. Hearing her daughter's words, the Ruan family's matriarch looked at the cold-faced, beautiful woman and said, "Could they have gone home? Why don't we send someone back to take a look? I'm still here. They can't go back. Something must have happened." The beautiful woman, who usually gave people a weak feeling, showed a strong aura at this moment. She stared at Third Miss Ruan and said, "Third Miss Ruan, why does my intuition tell me that their disappearance has a lot to do with you?" Hearing this, Third Miss Ruan instinctively looked up. A trace of panic flashed across her face. When the Ruan family's matriarch heard this, her heart became uneasy. She looked at the beautiful woman and said, "Don't worry. I'll call the secret guard to ask." As soon as she finished speaking, she was about to call the secret guard out, who knew that the beautiful woman's cold voice would be heard. "Yurong, you and I have known each other for many years. You should know who I am. Today, if my son and daughter are safe and sound, then it's fine. But if anything happens to them, I won't let it go." As soon as the beautiful woman's voice fell, her gaze fell on Third Miss Ruan. Her gaze met hers. It was as if there was something in that moment that made Third Miss Ruan, who had only raised her head to take a look, unable to move her eyes away. Just as she was a little shocked, a little stunned, and a little flustered, she heard a voice that was as gentle as water. That voice was as gentle as a mother's hand, gently caressing her ears, causing her to relax and become intoxicated by this gentle voice. "Tell me, where did you take Sies Shirsi?" The beautiful woman's gentle voice slowly inquired. She looked at the third miss of the Ruan family. When their eyes met, it was as if something was forming. Third Miss Ruan's gaze gradually blurred. Hearing that voice, she followed it and said, "Sies Shirsi is so annoying. I don't like her, so I let the servant girl trick her into the Earth's spiritual array. Once she enters there, she's dead for sure." Clang! Madame Ruan was shocked when she heard her words. Her hand trembled, and the teacup she was about to drink fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. The tea splashed all over the floor, splashing her skirt and tea leaves. However, she didn't seem to notice and only looked at her daughter in disbelief. Because the teacup fell to the ground, and because of the sudden crash, the Ruan family's third young miss, who had been muttering in a daze, suddenly came back to her senses. She looked at her mother and the beautiful woman in front of her as if she had just woken up. However, what followed after her was a heavy slap from the beautiful woman. "Pa!" The beautiful woman stood up with a cold expression. At the same time, she threw out that slap. That slap made her palm burn. It was easy to imagine how much strength she used to slap him. Chapter 2639. Why should I hit you? The beautiful woman's face was as cold as frost as she stared at her. If anything happens to my daughter, it won't be something that can be resolved with a slap. She turned to look at the Ruan family's head mother, Fong Yurong, whose expression had changed slightly, and asked, "Where is the Earth's spiritual formation? What kind of place is that?" Perhaps because he was frightened by the stern expression on the beautiful woman's face, Ruan San's eyes were red, but he didn't dare to speak. He only hid by his mother's side. When he heard her say the three words, Earth Spirit Formation, his little face paled. How did she know about the Earth Spiritual Formation? The Ruan family's head mother opened her mouth and said, The Earth's spiritual formation is a transportation formation that leads to the 10,000 poison forest training ground. There she couldn't continue. She couldn't imagine what would happen if she was told that there were fierce beasts everywhere. Even the Ruan family's people who went there to train would only be sent in after repeated challenges. Now, a young girl had entered that place. Her fate could be imagined that I'll immediately go tell the family head and have him send some people in to take a look. The Ruan family's head mother said. She didn't bother to call for people and personally went to the main courtyard. She didn't think that something like this would happen. She didn't think that her daughter would be so bold. As the host, she actually plotted against a guest. If this matter were to spread, how would the Ruan family establish itself here in the future? The beautiful woman clenched her fists. Her heart was filled with worry and fear. Could her daughter survive in that kind of place? She didn't think too much and immediately walked out. She hurried home to discuss with her husband. When the Ruan family's head heard the news, he was also shocked. What? They actually tricked the Xie family's daughter into the Earth's spiritual formation and into the 10,000 poison forest? He stood up with a serious expression and walked around the hall. Husband, we have to think of a way to salvage the situation. Quickly send some people in to look. Who knows? We might be able to find Xie Shirsi. The Ruan family's head mother said with a face full of guilt, "It's all my fault. If I didn't invite them here, this wouldn't have happened." The Ruan family's head mother and said, "I'm afraid that even if we send people in, they won't be able to save her. In that kind of place, how can a little girl in the foundation establishment stage survive? Then what should we do? If something really happens to her, I'm afraid." She was a little worried that things would get out of hand. "We can only send some people in to search. As for whether we can find him or not, that would depend on fate." The Ruan family head shook his head and rubbed his temples tiredly. Originally, he wanted to befriend the Xie family, but now it had turned out like this. It was really beyond his expectations. If something really happened to the daughter of the Xie family, then their Ruan family would be unable to absolve themselves from the blame. He immediately sent a group of people into the Earth's spiritual array to search. Not long after this matter was arranged, he heard from the housekeeper outside that Xie Yin from the Xie family had come to visit. A storm was brewing outside, and the atmosphere was tense. In the forest, Feng Jiu and the rest were resting under a tree. They had been walking all the way. She was not tired, but Shai Yutong was nervous, worried, and perturbed. "Sister, is your leg better? Does it still hurt?" Shai Yutong asked. "It still hurts a little when I move." Xie Shirsi, who was sitting on the ground, looked embarrassed. The food she had eaten at the banquet had already been digested. As she was thinking, her stomach began to growl. Chapter 2640. I took a few at the banquet. You can eat them. Shai Yutong handed them over and looked around, for fear that a fierce beast would rush out from somewhere. Seeing this, Feng Jiu restrained her breath. After a while, she heard a rustling sound around. She ignored it and just looked at Shai Yutong, who was nervous. He stood up suddenly and stood in front of his sister. He bent down and said, "Sister, come up quickly. There are fierce beasts." Xie Shirsi was shocked when she heard this. She was about to stand up and lie on her brother's back, but Feng Jiu held her. "There are several fierce beasts around. Now we can't run away. How can we not fight?" Feng Jiu said, holding Xie Shirsi, and said, "I'll help you take care of your sister. You deal with those fierce beasts." While speaking, he grabbed Xie Shirsi's shoulder with one hand and jumped to the tree with her. Shai Yutong was stunned. He looked up and saw them sitting in the tree. He couldn't help asking, "Are you watching from above? Let me fight with those fierce beasts by myself. How can I beat them alone?" "Can't beat them? Do you want your sister to be eaten? Or do you want to be the food of those fierce beasts?" Feng Jiu asked coldly. He didn't plan to go down. They couldn't go there. However, if it were the beautiful woman, she would find them. They had walked for a long time. This place was just right for them to rest and let Shai Yutong practice. Ow! Suddenly, with a roar of a beast, a majestic beast rushed out. Shai Yutong screamed and immediately pulled out his long sword to cut at it. Feng Jiu watched from the top of the tree. She saw that he was so frightened that he was at a loss. Even the long sword in his hand was slashing wildly, and in this chaos, he actually killed one of the ferocious beasts. The corner of her mouth twitched when she saw this. Sure enough, he was an old master who had been beaten to death by random fists. It was really rare for him to be able to live until today with just a few moves. Hiss! Shai Yutong's arm was scratched and blood oozed out, dyeing his robe red. Fengjiu just sat there and watched. On one hand, he wanted to let him fight with these vicious beasts and gain experience. On the other hand, if the Ruan clan sent people in, they should be here soon. It would be strange if the three of them didn't even have a single wound on their bodies. Brother, be careful. Xia Shirsi watched from a tree. Seeing that his arm was scratched, she couldn't help but worry. Roar! Hiss! He cried out in pain. His back was burning with pain. Looking at the two beasts attacking him from the front and back, he endured the pain and swung his sword again. The strength of Foundation establishment cultivators was ordinary. If they were compared to people of the same level, they could already be considered good. However, the level of the ferocious beasts here wasn't low. It was precisely because of this that Shai Yutong's body was covered with wounds after fighting with two ferocious beasts. However, it was worth mentioning that he finally slaughtered the two ferocious beasts. Looking at the two fallen ferocious beasts, he reached out and wiped his face, splashed with blood. Then he fell to the ground in a daze. I killed him. Did I really kill them? Hiss! It hurts. The injuries on his body and the consumption of his spiritual power made him not want to stand up again after falling to the ground, even if his body was stained with blood and the wounds had not been treated. Chapter 26:41. Brother. Xia Shirsi limped forward and looked at the bloody wounds on his body. Her eyes could not help but redden. Brother, does it hurt? I'll apply medicine for you, she said in a choked voice while looking for the medicine from space. Shai Yutong's hand holding the sword was trembling. He looked at Fengjiu, and his body was still tight. I killed those beasts. Well, I saw it, Fengjiu said, reaching out and patting him on the shoulder. You did a good job. Hearing this, Shai Yutong's whole body softened, and then he fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Xia Shirsi wanted to help him apply medicine and bandage, but Fengjiu took her hand and said, Sit aside. I'll do it. She stepped forward to help Shai Yutong clean the wounds on his body, and then applied medicine and bandaged them. After bandaging the wounds, she went to the two beasts, dug out their beast crystals, and handed them to him. These are your trophies. Shai Yutong held the two beast crystals in his hand and couldn't help but be stunned. He calmed down and was excited, only feeling that there was a blood boiling in his body. These were his trophies. It turned out that as long as he overcame the fear in his heart, he could also fight against the beasts. Fengjiu, two beasts died, and my brother was injured. The smell of blood is so strong. Will it attract other beasts? Do we need to leave now? Xia Shirsi asked worriedly. Now her brother was injured, and her foot was sprained. It was not easy for her to walk. Only Fengjiu was left. If there were really beasts smelling blood, then Fengjiu smiled slightly. She glanced at Shai Yutong and said to Xia Shirsi, Your brother killed two ferocious beasts. Not only was he injured, but he also consumed a lot of energy. Now it's time for him to rest here. I'll cut the meat of the beasts and roast some for you to eat to replenish your strength. Then what if there are more beasts? She was still a little worried. Don't worry, it won't. As long as she released the ancient aura in her body, those ferocious beasts wouldn't dare to come close. Hearing him say this, the two of them didn't say anything, but their hearts were still in their throats. The smell of blood was so strong. How could it not attract other ferocious beasts? Because of the worry in their hearts, even if they were resting here at this time, the two of them didn't dare to be careless. Instead, they vigilantly paid attention to the surrounding movements. Fengjiu picked up some branches and began to get busy. The two siblings sat under the tree and watched as Fengjiu moved skillfully, as if he had done it 1,000 times. They couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Did you often barbecue before? Shai Yutong asked. Hearing this, Fengjiu looked at them and smiled. If you don't even have survival skills in the wild, how can you survive until now? The brother and sister watched as she casually waved her hand and the flames leaped up. Their eyes couldn't help but flicker. Fire attribute? Fengjiu is a fire elemental? They hadn't seen him use it along the way. The smell of blood here was so strong that it caused the nearby beasts to become restless. They quietly approached, but when they reached a certain distance, they stopped and did not dare to move forward. They only let out low growls and stared ahead with a trace of fear in their ferocious and bloodthirsty eyes. Chapter 2642. Ferocious Beasts. Shai Yutong whispered, staring ahead with his sword in one hand. Fengjiu, who was turning the barbecue, said without looking back, "There are ferocious beasts here." It's not surprising to hear the roar of beasts. She cut a piece of barbecue, wrapped it in a big leaf, and handed it to Shai Yutong. "Take it." Seeing this, Shai Yutong took the barbecue and found that there were only sounds of fierce beasts around, but there was no trace of fierce beasts. He gradually relaxed and said, "Sister, you eat first." He handed the barbecue to her. "Brother, you eat it. I'll eat it later." Xiashirsi said. Smelling the aroma of the barbecue, she limped to Fengjiu's side and sat down. "Why does it smell so good? I've never smelled such delicious barbecue before." Hearing this, Fengjiu chuckled. "That's right. Don't you know who barbecued it?" Hearing this, Xiashirsi also laughed. "Fengjiu, you're so good. You're not afraid in here. You cook delicious food for us. You're so nice." Shai Yutong also stepped forward and sat down by the fire. Looking at Fengjiu, who cut a piece of barbecue with a knife and handed it to his sister with a smile, he felt a little strange. "Yes. Why aren't you afraid? Aren't you afraid that the ferocious beasts will eat us?" "I'm afraid. But you're here, aren't you?" She glanced at him with a smile in her eyes. Shai Yutong wanted to say something, but when he heard this, he couldn't say anything. He was here. Did he think that he was strong enough to protect her? Looking at Fengjiu's fearless face with a smile at this time, Shai Yutong twitched the corner of his mouth and couldn't help thinking, it's not that he's not afraid, but that he doesn't know fear at all. Fengjiu cut a piece of meat and ate it. Then he took out the wine from the space and took a sip, looking satisfied. "You still have wine? I want to drink too," Shai Yutong said, reaching out to take it, but Fengjiu avoided him. "The injured can't drink." Fengjiu glanced at him with a smile. Hearing this, Shai Yutong looked down at his wounds, moved his lips, and finally just muttered stingy. He took big bites of the barbecued meat, and when he swallowed the meat, he actually felt a trace of spiritual power flowing through his body. "What?" His eyes were full of surprise. "I've eaten meat before, but it seemed that I didn't feel it this time." "How do you feel?" Fengjiu tore off a piece of meat and asked. "It's the spirit energy from the roast meat that's circulating in my body. That's normal. The beast meat you usually eat isn't a high grade, but the two beasts you killed this time are of a high grade, so their spiritual aura is naturally extraordinary." She glanced at the two of them and said, "Eat more. It'll be good for you." Xiashirsi's eyes lit up. I another piece, sis. "Okay, I'll cut it for you." She smiled and cut another piece for her. "We can take it away if we can't finish it. And the dead one, how about we put it away together? I can put it in my space ring. When we go back, I'll let my mother have a taste." Shai Yutong said, but when he said this, his voice couldn't help but lower, and his face was a little gloomy. Seeing that he was depressed, Fengjiu asked, "What's wrong?" Chapter 2643. "Of course, we will leave here alive." She looked at them and said, "Danger is also an opportunity. Just like this time, if you hadn't tried it, how could you know that you could kill the two beasts? Even if you encounter another beast, you can continue to kill it." She paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "Besides, this is a rare opportunity to gain experience. You should cherish it. Like I said, you might be able to contract a contract beast here." Hearing Fengjiu's words, the brother and sister looked at each other and asked, "Can we?" "Of course, as long as you want to, there is nothing you can't do." She encouraged them with a smile. Seeing this, the brother and sister did not speak anymore, but began to eat. After eating, they rested here for a while. Sure enough, as Fengjiu said, not a single fierce beast approached them, and not a single one appeared. Although they were puzzled, They didn't think too much about it since they couldn't figure it out. I'm going to take this beast back and let my father, mother, and grandpa know that I killed it, Sha Yutong said, and put the beast into the space ring. After a rest, they put out the fire and left. Because the trees in the forest were messy, it was not easy to use a flying magic weapon. Xie Shirsi's ankle was not well, so she had to be carried by Sha Yutong. However, he was also injured, so it was a little difficult for him to carry a person through the forest. Fengjiu looked at him and asked, "How is it? Are you okay?" "Of course," Sha Yutong said, walking step by step with his sister on his back. The sweat on his forehead oozed out and dripped into the grass. "I'll carry my sister myself. Don't think about taking advantage of her." Hearing this, Fengjiu did not know whether to laugh or cry. Well, you carry her. I want to ask more. Taking advantage of her? What advantage could she take? "Brother, why don't you put me down? You can help me walk." Seeing that her brother had to carry her even though he was injured, she felt very apologetic. "No, I'll carry you," Sha Yutong said in a muffled voice and walked step by step. He didn't make a sound even when his clothes were wet with sweat, which made Fengjiu look at him in a new light. It was just past noon. Even though there were trees blocking the sun, it was still a little stuffy in the forest. They didn't walk fast, but when they met ferocious beasts along the way, Sha Yutong was ready to let his sister down so that she could fight. However, those ferocious beasts stared at them for a while and then ran away. Why would those ferocious beasts stare at us for a while before turning around and running away? Xie Shirsi asked, somewhat puzzled. "Who knows?" Fengjiu shrugged her shoulders. She bit onto the green dog's tail grass to show that she didn't understand. When she caught a glimpse of a venomous snake sticking out its tongue and trying to bite Xie Shirsi, she immediately threw the green dog's tail grass that she was biting towards the venomous snake. Snake! Xie Shirsi happened to see it and couldn't help but tighten her grip on her brother's neck as she cried out in alarm. But in the next moment, she saw the poisonous snake fall from mid-air into the weeds. Its body twitched for a moment before it died. Chapter 2644. The rhizome of the green foxtail grass was only a little bigger than a needle. More importantly, it was a grass, not a needle. However, a piece of green foxtail grass that could be easily snapped was able to pierce through the body of that poisonous snake. Just how much inner chi did he have to be able to do this? For a moment, he looked at Fengjiu and couldn't say a word for a long time. The things that he couldn't figure out and ignored came to his mind again one by one. Why in this forest full of ferocious beasts, those ferocious beasts stared at them for a while, then turned around and left? Why would they not be in danger as long as Fengjiu was with them? Why could they survive until now after falling here? These scenes flashed through his mind one by one. Thinking of the dangers he had secretly solved for them along the way, he only felt shocked. No wonder he was not afraid or panicked even if he fell into this strange and dangerous place. In such an environment, there was only one reason why he could not be afraid or panicked. That was, he had enough ability to protect himself. Fengjiu didn't know what he was thinking. She just stepped forward, took out a knife, took out the snake's gallbladder, and put it into a small bottle. Seeing that he still stood still, she was slightly surprised and glanced at him. "What's wrong?" Sha Yutong carried his sister on his back, and they looked at Fengjiu, who was in a daze. For a long time, Sha Yutong opened his mouth slightly and wanted to ask, I'm a little thirsty. I want to sit down and drink some water." "Well, let's go ahead. Let's rest under the tree." She pointed to an empty place in front of her and said. As soon as her voice fell, she took the lead and stepped forward. Sha Yutong hurriedly followed her with his sister on his back. When they arrived there, he put her down and took a few sips of water. Then he glanced at Fengjiu and lowered his head again. No one knew what he was thinking. "Well?" Fengjiu suddenly raised her eyebrows and stood up. "What's wrong?" Seeing this, Sha Yutong also stood up, holding the sword in his hand and guarding his sister behind him. "There seems to be someone," Fengjiu said and released her divine awareness to explore a place. After a while, she took back her divine awareness and smiled. "It seems that we can leave here." "Someone? Who is it? Is it someone sent by the Ruan family to find us?" Sha Yutong asked. No, it should be some family disciples who come here to experience. Feng said, since there are family disciples who come here, it proves that there are other ways to leave here in addition to the transmission formation. Let's go. Let's go and ask. Hearing his words, Yutong Zes F. A. And people. And. Not long after, when they saw the figure coming out of the rustling weeds, they couldn't help but be stunned. Among them, a young man in front of them snapped, "Who are you?" Seeing that there were really people, the brother and sister of the Xie family were very happy. They glanced at Feng and said, "We are from the Xie family because..." Before they finished speaking, they were interrupted by Feng. Chapter 2645. Her voice paused, and her gaze swept past the young people, then landed on the old man and the middle-aged man behind them. She said, "I didn't expect to meet people here, so I thought I'd come over to ask. May I ask, how do we get out of here?" Hearing Feng's words, the people from the clan didn't answer. Instead, they stared at the three of them and sized them up. The young man who spoke was dressed in green, and his appearance was ordinary. On the other hand, the young man and young girl behind him had outstanding appearances, and their robes were also extraordinary. However, the young man's body was stained with blood, and he seemed to have suffered a lot of injuries. Yet, he was still carrying the young girl on his back. The young girl wasn't wearing simple training clothes in the forest, but a gauze dress. Compared to the young man and young girl, the unremarkable young man in green, with a simple and honest expression between his brows, looked more like a servant. However, the Xie clan? Which Xie clan? The three of them weren't very strong, and they were all in the Foundation establishment realm. Yet, they dared to enter this place? They didn't know what kind of clan the Xie clan was. They actually allowed such weak disciples to enter such a place. It had to be known that even the weakest disciple in their group was already in the Golden Core realm. This forest of 1,000 poisons is full of danger, and ferocious beasts roam about. You dare to come here to train with such strength? You even got separated from your clan? A young man said as he sized them up. How did you survive until now? This question was a little rude. However, other than Feng's group, the people from the clan didn't feel that there was anything wrong with this question. Well, their strength was right in front of them, and there were only 3 Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators. How could they be worthy of their attention? However, one of the young men walked out after sizing up Feng's group for a moment. He walked in front of the old man and the middle-aged man. He said, "First elder, uncle, son." The 3 of them looked to be in their teens. It's indeed dangerous here without the protection of their clan. We also have to go back, so why don't we bring them along? Their clan will definitely be grateful to us when they find out in the future. In his opinion, these 3 little Foundation Establishment cultivators were too weak. If they didn't have a powerful person to protect them, they wouldn't be able to walk out of this forest alive. As for them, these 3 people weren't a threat to them. Naturally, they didn't have to worry about whether they were plotting something. The old man exchanged glances with the middle-aged man, and then they spoke for a while. In the end, the middle-aged man stood up and said, "We're from the Southern Ridges Gua clan. You're lucky to have encountered us here. We're about to head back, so come with us." Hearing this, the Xie siblings were overjoyed and immediately expressed their thanks. "Thank you, senior." Only then did they walk up to the Gua family. The younger generation of the Gua family sat back down, but their eyes were still on the 3 of them. On this trip, all of their clan members were men, and no women followed them. When they saw such a delicate young girl, they couldn't help but take a few more glances. As for the green-clothed Feng, they completely ignored him. "Are you siblings?" the middle-aged man asked, his gaze falling on the Xie siblings. Chapter 2646. Who is this? The middle-aged man asked. "His name is Feng. He's with me." Shai Yutong said hurriedly and glanced at Feng. Seeing that Feng just smiled and stood aside without speaking, Shai Yutong was relieved secretly. "Since you want to go out with us, then you have to abide by our rules. You can't run around and cause trouble for us." The middle-aged man said and gestured, "Sit down and rest for a while." With that, he no longer looked at them and returned to sit beside the old man. "Thank you, senior." Sha Yutong grinned and glanced at Feng Jiao. Then he sat down and had a rest. The others just glanced at them and didn't say anything. The young man who had spoken before came forward and asked Sha Yutong, "Is Miss Xie's foot seriously injured? Did you apply medicine?" "Yes, I did. I applied medicine for my sister." Sha Yutong stood up and saluted him with a fist and palm salute. "Thank you for speaking up for us." The young man smiled and said, "My name is Guo Xining. I'm a few years older than you. You can call me Brother Guo." "Brother Guo," Sha Yutong called him with a smile. Xie Shirsi quickly glanced at the gentleman in front of her, lowered her head slightly, and whispered, "Brother Guo." Feng Jiao looked at this scene with a simple and honest look and smile on his face. She just wanted to ask them how to get out of here, and then they would leave by themselves. Unexpectedly, she ended up with them. Well, in this case, just let them be. She sat aside and listened to Guo Xining and Sha Yutong talking there. Then she looked at him quietly. She saw that this man was dressed in black clothes with a sword on his belt. His black hair was tied up high. His face was like jade, and his temperament was gentle. His behavior revealed the aura of a noble young master. She couldn't help glancing at Xie Shirsi and laughing in her heart. Guo Xining's appearance was handsome, his words were full of concern, and his actions exuded the aura of a noble young master. It was no wonder that this little girl's cheeks were red and her eyes were filled with lust. It seemed that she was moved by love. However, just by looking at the cultivation and aura of this group of people, one could tell that they were definitely from a large aristocratic family. Especially this Guo Xining. He was probably a member of the direct line of descent who was highly valued. The little girl's heart was palpitating with eagerness. This was not a good thing. All right, let's get ready to continue our journey. The old man and the middle-aged man stood up. As soon as they spoke, the surrounding disciples also stood up. Sha Yutong carried his sister on his back and followed them. Feng Jiao walked beside them. Guo Xining, who was walking in front, saw them walking behind and walked towards them. "Follow me to the front. It's safer to walk in the middle," Guo Xining said warmly, wanting to lead them forward. "I don't think that's a good idea." Sha Yutong also knew that it was not safe to walk in the back, but it was good enough that they were willing to take them out of here. How could he walk among them and let them protect him? "It doesn't matter. Come on." Guo Xining showed a gentle smile and led them forward. As for the other young disciples, they only glanced at him and didn't say anything. Chapter 26:47. The sweat on his forehead oozed out, and he looked very tired. Seeing this, Guo Xining, who was walking next to him, glanced at Sha Yutong strangely, and then looked at Feng Jiao, who was walking easily beside him. He couldn't help but wonder, why don't you let Feng Jiao carry you? You are still injured. You can't stand it if you continue to carry her like this. How can I let other men carry my sister? It's not polite, Sha Yutong said. He was sweating and panting, but he didn't slow down, let alone let Feng Jiao help him. In his opinion, his sister was a girl who would marry in the future. If she let other men carry her casually, it would damage her reputation. As her brother, he naturally couldn't let that happen. Hearing Sha Yutong's words, Guo Xining was a little surprised. Then he smiled and didn't say anything more. He just looked at Sha Yutong with more appreciation. Feng Jiao walked next to him. Listening to Sha Yutong's words, he just smiled. Walking with the Guo family's team, she found that the old man and the middle-aged man leading the way in front were very experienced. When mist appeared in some places, they would avoid the mist. When they encountered some ferocious beasts in the forest, as long as the two people in front made a gesture, the young men behind them would set up a formation and prepare to fight. Along the way, she saw that they avoided 2 poisonous mists and killed 3 groups of about 10 fierce beasts, and no one was injured or killed. They followed the Guo family's people. On the other side, a team sent by the Ruan family also entered the forest through the transmission formation to look for Xie Shirsi. However, it was not easy to find them in such a large forest. The beautiful woman who had returned to the Xie family was sitting in the yard in a daze. Her eyes were slightly swollen. It was obvious that she had just cried. When she heard the movement outside the yard, she quickly looked over and saw her husband coming back. She quickly stepped forward and asked, "How is it?" What did the CF family say? The CF family has sent a team to look for her. Xiaoyin sighed, hugged her, and gently patted her on the shoulder. Don't worry. How can I not be worried? Little Sure is just a girl. Let alone a girl. Even an adult wouldn't be able to survive in that kind of place. She covered her ears and threw herself into his arms, sobbing softly. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. You can't be blamed for this. If you want to blame someone, you have to blame the third daughter of the Ruan family. She didn't know her limits. He said in a low voice, his eyes fierce. If anything happens to Little Sure, I will definitely make her pay with her life. The beautiful woman cried for a while before suddenly stopping. She withdrew from his embrace and asked, Where's our son, Xiao Jiao? Didn't you find the two of them? No. Xiaoyin shook his head and said, This matter is strange. The gatekeeper of the CF family said that they didn't leave, but we couldn't find them in the CF family residence. Even the shadow guards in the CF family residence didn't notice their whereabouts. We don't know where they went. Hearing this, the beautiful woman was slightly startled. She thought for a moment and said with some hesitation, Do you think the two of them also entered the Ruan clan's Earth Spirit formation? Chapter 2648. Hearing this, the beautiful woman wept again. Xiaoshe is in danger. I don't know whether she is alive or dead. Yutong and Xiao Jiao are missing. It's all my fault. If I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have taken them to the Ruan family. Don't blame yourself. Maybe they'll be back safely in a few days. At this point, he could only comfort her like this. On the other side, the sky in the forest gradually darkened. As the sky gradually darkened, the Guo family team also stopped. Let's rest here tonight. Xining, you arrange for people to take turns to keep watch. Xinjia, you take a few people to pick up some branches nearby. The middle-aged man said, handing over the matter to them, and then sat cross-legged under the tree with the old man to practice. Guo Xining arranged for people to keep watch, and another young man took a few people to pick up branches. When passing by Shai Yutong and the other two, he stopped and said to Fengjiu, Boy, you come with us. Okay. Fengjiu responded, stood up and said to Shai Yutong and his sister, You take a rest. I'll pick up some branches. Then he followed them. Just pick them up around here. Don't go too far. Guo Xinjia said, but he leaned against a tree to rest with his hands around his chest. Fengjiu picked up a handful of branches around and was ready to go back. However, when she was about to go back, Guo Xinjia, who was resting under the tree, came to her. Boy, this is not enough. Go and pick up some more. I'll take these back first. He reached out and took the branches picked up by Fengjiu and glanced at Fengjiu provocatively. What are you looking at? Go. Looking at the branches being taken away by him, Fengjiu said nothing and turned to continue to pick up branches. Seeing this, the man sneered and then winked at others, and they went back first. The branches around were picked up by others. If she wanted to pick up enough branches for tonight, she had to go a little farther. Thus, after looking back, she walked further away. In a resting place, Shai Yutong was a little worried when he saw that Fengjiu didn't come back. He looked back and wanted to find him, but he was worried about his sister. Where did Fengjiu go? Why did you come back? He said in a low voice. He couldn't sit still and started walking. Brother, why don't you go take a look? Don't go too far alone. It's dangerous. Xiaoshi said. She was a little worried. But you, his sister's foot injury had not yet healed. How could he be at ease if he let her stay here alone? Yutong, what's wrong? After Guo Xining had finished arranging matters, he walked over and saw the worried expressions on the Xie siblings' faces. He swept his gaze around and did not see any trace of the green-clothed youth. He asked, Where's Fengjiu? Big brother, the two of them called out. Shai Yutong said, I just followed them to pick up branches, but Fengjiu hasn't come back yet. I'm a little worried. Hearing this, Guo Xining said, I'll ask him. He walked to the young man who was sitting under the tree and talking and laughing with several men, and asked, Xinjia, where's Fengjiu? Didn't he go to pick up branches with you? Why hasn't he come back yet? Chapter 2649. Seeing this, Guo Xining frowned slightly. He took a deep look at him, turned around, and walked back to Shai Yutong and his sister without saying anything. You don't have to worry. I'll go and have a look, he said, and walked into the forest. Seeing this, Sieshursi looked at the figure and whispered to her brother, Brother Gua is so nice. Well, he's very generous. Sha Yutong agreed. Some distance away from here, Fengjiu saw a small spring here when she was picking up branches. After washing her face, she took off her boots and soaked her feet. The cold spring water penetrated her skin, and the comfortable feeling made her squint her eyes and smile happily. When Guaxining came, he saw the cyan figure sitting on a stone, with his hands slightly behind him, looking up at the sky, squinting comfortably and smiling happily. Looking at the smile on the young man's ordinary face, he couldn't help but stop and his eyes flashed slightly. He only felt that the young man seemed to be covered with a layer of light at this moment, and the comfortable and pleasant smile on his face made him unable to move his eyes away. Therefore, when the smiling young man suddenly retracted his smile and turned around to look at him, their eyes met and he was caught off guard. Looking into those clear and serene eyes, he felt as if he had fallen into an abyss and was unable to extricate himself for a long time. Fengjiu frowned imperceptibly. She glanced at Guaxining, who was standing not far away and staring at her in a daze. Then, she retracted her gaze and withdrew her feet from the cool spring water. She took out a piece of cloth from the space to dry the water stains and put on her boots. Then, she picked up the branch on the side and walked towards Guaxining. Do you need to get some water? There's a spring there. As Fengjiu spoke, she saw him staring at her in astonishment. Only then did she remember that she had just soaked her feet there. She couldn't help but smile embarrassedly. Although I soaked my feet there, the water was running and flowed down. As she spoke, she walked back and said, I'll go back first. Seeing the young man passing by him and walking back, Guaxining was stunned. It took him a long time to recover. He shook his head and laughed. After looking at the spring, he followed the young man back. Fengjiu, you're back. Why did you take so long? I thought something had happened to you. Sha Yutong saw him come back and quickly came to his side. It's okay. I just went far away when I was picking up branches and found a spring, so I washed my face and came back. She smiled and glanced at Guaxinjia. When Guaxinjia saw that Fengjiu had returned, he snorted and looked away, not looking at him again. Brother Guo went to find you. Did you meet him? Sieshursi looked up and asked. Hearing this, Fengjiu pursed her lips and smiled. She glanced at her and said, Yes, he should be behind me. As she spoke, she looked back and saw Guaxining walking back slowly not far away. Seeing this, Sieshursi couldn't help laughing, and her face overflowed with a smile. Sha Yutong saw his sister like this and couldn't help but be stunned. He took a deep look at her and then looked at Fengjiu. No one knew what he was thinking. You go and sit down? I'll pile up the branches and light them when it's dark. Fengjiu said, and put the branches next to the place where they were sitting. Chapter 2650. His eyes were deep, with 30% inquiry and 70% curiosity. When the CS siblings saw him staring at Feng Nine, they couldn't help but be startled. They followed his gaze and glanced at Feng Nine. They didn't know what he was looking at. Fengjiu, who was tidying up the branches, naturally noticed it, but he didn't pay attention to it. He didn't even look back. Brother Gua, do you want to eat fruit? I have fruit here. Sieshursi said, taking out the fruit her brother gave her and handing it to him. Guaxining came to his senses, looked away from Fengjiu, and looked at Sieshursi with a gentle smile. No, you can keep it for yourself. He nodded to them, then left and went back to the front. Seeing this, Sieshursi couldn't help lowering her head with a sad look. Sister, do you like Brother Gua? Sha Yutong hesitated, but still asked in a low voice. They were sitting here, and no one noticed them, so what they said didn't attract the attention of others. Hearing this, Sieshursi looked up at her brother in a panic. No, brother, why do you ask? Although she didn't say anything, her flickering eyes and flustered look couldn't fool Sha Yutong. He looked at Guaxining, who was wearing a black robe and talking to the middle-aged man, and said to his sister, Little sure, Brother Gua is already a cultivator at the peak of Yuanying stage. His cultivation is all achieved by himself, not with the help of elixirs, and his status in the Gua family is also very extraordinary. He didn't say it clearly, just told her where the gap between him and them was, and hoped that his sister could understand. How could a young girl's heart not be moved by a man who was so outstanding in terms of appearance, temperament, or strength? However, they were only collateral relatives in the Sief family. What's more, he didn't think there was anything special about them. As friends, it might be okay, but in terms of marriage, he felt that his sister was still not in the eyes of the Gua family. It was not that he looked down on his sister, but that all the conditions were in front of him. Feng Jiu smirked as he listened from behind. This silly boy was quite insightful. It seemed that he had made some progress after suffering so much. Xie Shirsi lowered her head with a sad expression and replied softly, "I understand, big brother." Shai Yutong didn't say anything more. He just looked at Feng Jiu and said, "Let's light the fire, too. After walking for a whole day, I want to eat some meat to replenish my energy." "All right," Feng Jiu replied with a smile. He took out a match and lit the twigs. Then he took out the roasted meat that they had roasted today and heated it up before eating. Smelling the aroma of the meat, the people who were roasting the meat at the two bonfires couldn't help but turn around to look. They saw that it was the young man and his three companions who had gotten a piece of roasted meat from somewhere and were eating it. The aroma of the meat made them swallow their saliva. "Where do they get the meat? Why is it so fragrant?" A man asked, staring at the roasted meat that they were eating. "It seems that it has been roasted and is being heated." Another man also said, staring at his own roasted meat, "Why doesn't our roasted meat have the same fragrance? Did they add any seasoning? Your roasted meat is very fragrant. Can I have a taste?" Chapter 2651. "Here you are." Shai Yutong reacted, cut off a piece of barbecue, wrapped it in leaves, and handed it to him. Gua Xining took it with a smile, thanked him, and sat down by their small fire. He didn't pick up the whole piece to bite, but took out a knife to cut off a small piece to eat. His behavior exuded elegance and nobility, which made Shai Yutong blush. Why did he look so elegant and nobility when he was eating? It seemed that he was not having a picnic in the mountains, but at the dinner table at home. His every move was noble, which made Shai Yutong feel a little ashamed. Shai Yutong was also from the Xie family. Although he was a collateral relative, his family was not bad. Compared with him, it was really obvious who was better. "It's very fragrant," Gua Xining said with a smile. "It's rare to eat such delicious food outside. This is barbecued by Feng Jiu. He is really good at barbecuing," Shai Yutong said, looking at Feng Jiu, who was eating barbecued meat. Hearing this, Gua Xining looked at the young man who was sitting and eating barbecued meat in surprise. Seeing that he was eating by himself and didn't even look at him, Gua Xining thought of something and said, "Feng Jiu, your barbecued meat is very fragrant. Did you add spices?" Inexplicably, he wanted to talk to the young man. Feng Jiu glanced at him, chewing barbecued meat in his mouth, and answered vaguely, "Yes." Seeing this, Gua Xining's eyes moved slightly. He looked at the young man's bulging cheeks moving as he chewed, like a cute little squirrel, which made him feel a little strange. How could a young man make him feel cute? Obviously, the young man's appearance was not outstanding, but he attracted his attention. Being stared at like this, Feng Jiu couldn't eat even if he had a good appetite. She ate the barbecued meat in her hand quickly, wiped her mouth, and stood up. "I'm done. Take your time." Seeing that she turned around and was about to leave, Shai Yutong quickly asked, "Where are you going?" "Don't run around at night." "I'm not running around. I'm going to rest in the tree." She pointed at the big tree behind them. As soon as she finished speaking, she leaped onto the tree. Gua Xining watched his figure lightly jump up the tree and find a place to rest. He couldn't help but smile. He looks very free and easy. Free and easy. Shai Yutong was stunned and then laughed. How is he free and easy? I think he's just heartless. He doesn't even worry about danger. Xie Shirsi noticed that Gua Xining's attention was on Feng Jiu. She couldn't help but lower her head to look at herself. She didn't look bad either. But why didn't Brother Gua's eyes fall on her? Why hadn't he paid any attention to her? Gua Xinjie, who had overheard their conversation, came forward after learning that the barbecue they were eating was made by Feng Jiu. He stood under the tree and raised his head to look at the sleeping youth. "Feng Jiu, since you know how to barbecue, come down and help us barbecue some." Hearing this, Shai Yutong just frowned slightly, but didn't speak. They went with them and were protected by them. If they wanted to help them barbecue, he really didn't know how to refuse. Guo Xining stood up and said, I think the barbecue is almost ready. Why do we need his help? Chapter 26:52. Hearing the man's words, Feng Jiu jumped down from the tree and took out a small bottle. This is seasoning. Just sprinkle it on the meat. As he spoke, he handed the bottle of seasoning to Feng Jiu, but Feng Jiu did not take it. Since you have nothing to do, since you know how to roast, come and help us roast it, so that we don't sprinkle too much or too little, and the taste won't be good. As Guo Xingjie spoke, his gaze fell on Feng Jiu, as if he knew that Feng Jiu would not dare to refuse. Seeing that Feng Jiu did not move and only looked at him, Guo Xingjie laughed. What? Do you think I can't ask for your help? Although he was laughing, there was no smile in his eyes. On the contrary, the contempt and provocation between his brows were clear. Hearing this, Feng Jiu revealed a simple and honest smile. No, it's just that I'm a little worried. Worried about what? Guo Xingjie asked. I'm worried that if you guys eat the food I roast, if something happens, it will be my fault. I really don't want to do such a thankless task, she said with a troubled expression. Hearing this, Guo Xingjie laughed. Do you think all of us don't have eyes? Do you think we'll have the chance to let you do anything? So, if anything happens, it has nothing to do with me? She smiled and asked. Nonsense, what can happen? When it's done, you can cut off a piece and eat it. I don't believe that you'll dare to do anything. He snorted lightly, indicating for Feng Jiu to follow him. Feng Jiu smiled and swept her gaze across the surroundings. When she saw that everyone's gazes had landed on her, it was obvious that they had heard their words. Hence, she did not say anything else and followed Guo Xingjie to the side of the fire where the barbecued meat was being roasted. Guo Xining also walked over and came to Feng Jiu's side. Seeing that he took out the bottle, Guo Xining handed it to him. He was startled and asked, What are you doing? Checking it. This is a normal seasoning. Get someone to check it, in case they say that I put some random things in you guys. Hearing this, Guo Xining wanted to tell him that there was no need. However, seeing that everyone's eyes were on him, he took it to the middle-aged man in front of him. Not long after, he returned. Uncle's son has checked it. It is indeed a seasoning to add the fragrance of the meat. As he spoke, he handed the bottle back to Feng Jiu. Thus, Feng Jiu took a small knife from the side and cut a small cut on the roast meat and sprinkled the seasoning. The surrounding people sat and chatted as they watched him roast the meat. When the rich aroma of meat wafted through the air, everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva as they looked at the barbecued meat on the rack. The golden, crispy skin exuded a strong, meaty aroma. That smell really made people salivate. Their gazes shifted away from the ordinary-looking young man. They didn't know that this young man had such skills. To eat. Feng Jiu put away the rest of the seasoning. At the same time, he took a small knife and cut a small piece of meat. I'll eat this. Knowing that they would be worried if she did not eat it, she cut the meat into smaller pieces and ate it. After the others saw that Feng Jiu ate the roast meat, they also took a knife and cut some roast meat. They first gave some to the old man and the middle-aged man before distributing the rest. Chapter 26:53. Seeing him coming back, Shai Yutong moved his lips and said apologetically, I'm sorry, it's all our fault. If it weren't for us, you wouldn't have to barbecue for them. He lowered his head. Along the way, he faintly guessed that Feng Jiu's strength was above him, but he didn't know how powerful it was. But he knew that Feng Jiu would not agree to barbecue for them at ordinary times. It was because of them that he bowed his head. Hearing this, Feng Jiu was slightly stunned, and then said with a smile, It doesn't matter. Anyway, I have nothing to do. She smiled, sat down by the fire, and said to him, You need to change the medicine on your wounds. Come on, let me help you. Oh, Shai Yutong didn't say anything more. He just took off his coat obediently, revealing the wounds tied inside. What should I do? There's only one bottle of medicine left. Xie frowned, worried that the wounds would not be healed after the medicine was used up. I have some here. Put away your bottle first, Feng Jiu said. After untying the bandage on Shai Yutong's wound, She checked the wound and took out a bottle from the space to apply it to him. When she saw that the more serious wound was festering because of sweat and the hot weather, she frowned slightly. The wound is festering. It needs to be treated again. It's okay. Just put some medicine on it. He also knew that there was no condition here, so he could only bandage it simply. Fengjiu glanced at him, then took out a knife and said, "I'll help you remove the rotten flesh." While speaking, she burned the knife on the fire. Hearing his words, Xie Shirsi and Xie Shirsi's faces changed slightly. Remove? You, how can you do that? He didn't know medicine. How could she use a knife to remove his flesh? How dare he? Looking at the sharp knife in Fengjiu's hand, Shai Yutong's face turned pale and the sweat on his forehead oozed out. No, I think we'd better go back and deal with it. It should be nothing. Before he finished, he was interrupted. When we go back, your arm will be broken. Fengjiu said lightly and glanced at him. Are you afraid of pain? You don't dare to let me remove it? Shai Yutong swallowed and said, It's not about being afraid of pain, okay? You don't even understand. His voice paused, and he held his breath. His body stiffened because the person holding the knife didn't wait for him to finish speaking and had already used the knife to cut his wound. Seeing this, his heart tightened and his entire body tensed up. He couldn't say a word. Relax, don't be nervous. Practice makes perfect. I'll just practice on you more, Fengjiu said casually as he removed the festering flesh from his wound. Shai Yutong stared at him. What did he mean by practice makes perfect, so he had to practice with him more? How could this person be so heartless? His body was tense, but his eyes did not dare to move to the wound. He only stared at the person in front of him. After Fengjiu removed the festering flesh from his wound, she cleaned it up before applying her ointment and bandaging the wound. All right. She went to the side to wash her hands, then came back and said, I'll go to sleep first. Call me if you need anything. As soon as she finished speaking, she jumped to the tree to rest. Chapter 2654. At this moment, there was a sudden puff not far away. As soon as the sound came out, the people around suddenly became quiet and looked at Guoxinjia, who suddenly stood up with a slightly changed face. Puff! Another sound came out, accompanied by a foul smell, which made the people around suddenly retreat with a look of disgust. Xinjia, what's the matter with you? You even farted in front of so many people. It stinks. A young man, who was usually not very friendly with Guoxinjia, pinched his nose and fanned himself, looking at him with a look of disgust. The others retreated slightly and held their breaths, but they didn't want to go overboard. They didn't reprimand him like that person. They just stared at him with a pair of surprised eyes. Guoxinjia blushed and clamped his hips tightly with his legs, but he didn't know what was wrong with him. There was another fart sound. This time, the people around stood up and retreated a few meters away. Seeing this, Guoxinjia glared at them angrily and said, Everyone farts. What's there to dislike? While speaking, he only felt a rumbling sound from his stomach, and a sharp pain came from his stomach, which made him sweat on his forehead. Hiss! I can have a stomachache. As he said this, he covered his hips and ran to the dark part of the woods without caring about his image. Seeing this scene, the crowd was stunned for a moment and then burst into laughter. Ha! I think he ate too much barbecue. You didn't see that he picked the fat and tender piece to eat there. It's good to eat in moderation. It's definitely not good to eat too much. Look, no one else will have a stomachache, but he did. Another person shook his head and laughed, chatting with the person next to him. Seeing this scene, Guoxining's eyes flashed. He instinctively looked back to find the blue figure, but he didn't see him. Finally, he looked up at the tree and saw that the boy had fallen asleep on the tree. Was it a coincidence? Shai Yutong looked at the scene and was slightly stunned. He looked up at the figure on the tree and couldn't help but ask secretly, was it a coincidence? Xie Shirsi covered her mouth and laughed. Her eyes were full of joy. Brother, that person is so embarrassing. He actually did such an indecent thing in front of so many people. It's so fun. Shai Yutong came to his senses and grinned. He must have eaten something bad. He can't smile when he comes back, so as not to offend people. Yes, I know. Xie Shirsi nodded with a smile. What was surprising was that Guixinjia actually ran back and forth no less than 7 times, pulling himself until he collapsed on the ground. As the night deepened, other than the night watchers, the others gradually fell asleep. It wasn't until the second half of the night that the rustling sound made Feng Jiu open her eyes. She turned her head slightly and looked around. About 50 meters away, pairs of eyes were staring at them with a strange cold light in the night. It was a wolf. Moreover, it was a large pack of wolves. There were no less than 100 pairs of eyes flickering in the darkness. From the looks of it, there were at least 100 wolves. Moreover, they were not ordinary wolves, but rather wolf beasts of a certain level. Chapter 26:55. Alert! There's a pack of wolves. The night watchman exclaimed at this time, and the 8 people guarding around quickly retreated. After hearing the exclamation, the sleeping people quickly turned over and jumped up, pulling out the swords at their waists, ready to fight at any time. Just in an instant, the surrounding atmosphere became dignified, and there was a depressing atmosphere in the air. Feng Jiu jumped down as soon as they shouted and stood beside Xie Yutong and Xie Yutong. Feng Jiu, there's a pack of wolves. Xie Yutong said nervously. Well, I know. Carry your sister on your back and follow me. Don't go far. She lowered her voice and said, Okay. Hearing Feng Jiu's words, Xie Yutong gradually calmed down. He quickly carried his sister on his back and stood beside Feng Jiu. The Guo family members gradually formed a formation. Their backs were facing the inside while they faced the outside. The tips of their swords were pointed outwards as they stared at their surroundings. As they sensed the movements of the wolves that had been lying in ambush began to inch closer. Worried about Feng Jiu and the other 2, Guixinjia came to them and said, It's wolf beasts. You have to be careful. Try to stand in the middle and don't get out of our protective circle. As soon as his voice fell, he glanced at Feng Jiu. Okay, we know. Xie Yutong responded. Seeing Guixinjia looking at Feng Jiu, he couldn't help but look at Feng Jiu, wondering why Guixinjia paid so much attention to Feng Jiu. After giving his instructions, Guixinjia left first and returned to the old man and the middle-aged man's side. When they saw the pack of wolves, even though everyone was mentally prepared, they could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. There are hundreds of them, right? A Guo family disciple's voice couldn't help trembling. Not only are there hundreds of wolves, but half of them are at the level of holy beasts. Another person gasped and felt the crisis in front of him. They were only a team of 30 or 40 people. How could they fight against hundreds of wolf beasts? Moreover, the level of these wolf beasts was not low. They were afraid that they couldn't help but look at the old man and the middle-aged man. In such a situation, they were not confident that they could win. Suddenly, a wolf's howl resounded through the night sky. The howl reverberated in the night, and no one could tell where it came from. However, one thing was certain. It was the Wolf King that had let out the howl. As soon as the wolf howled, the surrounding wolves that were eyeing them covetously let out a low howl. One by one, they pounced forward, baring their fangs as they pounced on the prey in their eyes. The speed of the wolf beasts was extremely fast. As they pounced forward, they raised their claws and fangs at the Guo family members. Coupled with the fact that there were so many of them, the Guo family members were unable to cope with them. Gradually, their formation was broken and chaotic. Hiss, swish, roars, low cries, and the sharp sound of air currents accompanied by the slashing of swords and sabers spread out in the night. Between the flashes of the sabers and the shadows of the swords, blood splattered, and the smell of blood also permeated the air. Don't panic. Stay calm. Hold the formation. The middle-aged man yelled. However, he only saw that everyone was fighting chaotically because of the wolves' attacks. Their formation had long been scattered, and because of this, most of them were scratched by the wolves' claws because they couldn't cope with the wolves' attacks. Chapter 26:56. The old man said to the middle-aged man. At the same time, he said to Guixinjia, I'll leave it to you. Hold on. When we defeat the Wolf King, the wolves will retreat. Guixinjia waved his sword to kill a wolf beast and replied, Okay, elder and uncle son, be careful. As soon as his voice fell, the two of them rose up and went to find the Wolf King. There were not many of them, plus the large number of wolves. They would be defeated after a long battle. The only way to make the wolves retreat was to defeat the Wolf King. But he looked at the blood-stained disciples around him. The fierce attack of the wolf beasts made them lose their usual calmness and become a little crazy and flustered. He could not help but worriedly look for the CS siblings and Fengjiu in the crowd. Seeing that the three of them had been forced to a corner, he wanted to go over, but he could not get past the crowd to reach them. He could only fight as he walked towards them. CS Shirsi had never seen so many wolf beasts appear at once, especially when those wolf beasts were baring their sharp teeth and drooling as they pounced on them. Their ferocious and bloodthirsty appearance made her tremble uncontrollably. She clung tightly to her brother's back, not daring to look again. Shai Yutong was still holding a sword in one hand to kill the wolf beasts that rushed up. He obeyed Fengjiu's words and used the big tree behind him as a cover so that there was no worry behind him. He just focused on dealing with the wolf beasts in front of him. However, after all, he was carrying his sister on his back and had to fight with one hand. His physical strength was very limited. After a while, his physical strength gradually couldn't keep up, and the speed of attack and defense naturally slowed down. Seeing a fierce beast rushing over, he was so scared that his face turned pale. But at this time, he saw Fengjiu's sword piercing through the wolf beast's body and throwing it out. Looking at the person in front of him, his heart beat fast, and he gasped for breath. He thought he was going to die. "Lean against the tree and rest behind me," Fengjiu said without turning his head. He stood in front of them to protect them from danger. These wolf beasts were child's play to her. However, she did not have any intention of helping the Guo family out of their predicament. Firstly, their battle prowess was not weak, and they would probably only sustain some injuries after this battle. Secondly, with her current status, if she really did something, it would naturally attract unwanted attention and cause unnecessary trouble. Secondly, with her current status, if she really did something, it would naturally attract unwanted attention and cause unnecessary trouble. Therefore, it was better to fight. Anyway, she only needed to protect the CS siblings. As for the others, what did it have to do with her whether they lived or died? With a sweep of her gaze, she glanced at Guoxinjie, whose legs were weak, and the corners of her mouth curled into a smile that was not a smile. Guoxinjie had pooped all night. Now his physical strength had not recovered, and he encountered a pack of wolves. Looking at his bloody wounds, she knew that he was seriously injured. If it weren't for the help of several people around him, he would have been torn apart by the wolves. After fighting for a long time, the Guo family was almost unable to hold on. Even Guo Xining was scratched by the wolf claws. At this time, there was a hasty howl in the night. After hearing the howl, the wolves howled. Although they were unwilling, they finally retreated quickly. Seeing those people and wolf beasts retreating, the Guo family's legs were weak and they fell to the ground. Chapter 2657. In the night, a young man in cyan stood in front of the CS siblings, holding an inconspicuous long sword in his hand. There was no trace of fear on his face. Behind him, Shai Yutong carried his sister on his back, and there was a trace of panic between his eyebrows. Neither the young man in cyan nor the CS siblings had any wounds on their bodies. There were only a few bloodstains on their clothes. Looking at the three of them, he was stunned for a moment. He instinctively looked at the surrounding Guo family disciples and saw that not a single one of them was unharmed. Every single one of them was injured to varying degrees. There were even some who were on the verge of death. The strength of those people was far greater than the three of them. Were they not injured because they protected them? As soon as this idea came to him, even he himself wanted to laugh. Not to mention that the Guo family members were injured. Even if they were not injured, as soon as the formation was dispersed and the wolves rushed up, he did not think that the Guo family members would risk their lives to protect them. It's good that they are not injured. After a long time, he just said this sentence and turned to leave to see other injured people. Perhaps because of Guo Xining's eyes and the shock in his eyes, Shai Yutong thought of something. He glanced at the three of them and found that they were indeed not injured. and they were not injured because Fengjiu had been protecting them. Fengjiu, because of Fengjiu again. He looked at the thin figure standing in front of him. Obviously, the figure was not as big as him, but he had been standing in front of him to resolve the danger for them. This time, if it weren't for him, how could they be intact under the attack of the wolves? Brother, put me down. Go and see if they need help. Help them dress their wounds. Xiashirsi only felt that the atmosphere was a little strange, but she did not think much about it. She just whispered to break the strangeness of the moment. Okay, Xia Yutong said, put her down, and said to Fengjiu, you and Xiaoshi rest here. I'll go and see if they need help. Fengjiu nodded and sat down beside Xiashirsi. He took out a piece of cloth and wiped his sword before putting it away. He closed his eyes and leaned against the wall, as if he had turned a blind eye to the cries and wails around him. Xiashirsi looked at the badly mangled wounds on their bodies. Some of them had blood staining their clothes, and some of them had their arms torn open by the wolf claws. The wounds were so deep that the bones could be seen. She couldn't help but shrink back in fear. Xiaojiu, aren't you afraid? Xiashirsi asked softly. Fengjiu opened his eyes and glanced at her. Don't be afraid. Her voice paused, and her gaze fell on the injured and screaming people in front of her. Her voice rang out again. Because I have the ability to protect myself. Xiashirsi looked at him in a daze and said, Xiaojiu, you're amazing. Yes, I'm very powerful. She tilted her head slightly and looked at her, revealing a smile as she spoke. In front of them, Xia Yutong was helping others dress their wounds. Looking at those wounds, his heart was also throbbing. If such injuries had happened at home before, he would have cried and shouted for his father and mother. But when he came here, he realized that these were necessary for people who were out for experience. I'll help you stop the bleeding first. Is there any medicine? Bandage this wound. Xia Yutong's voice came from the crowd. Chapter 2658. Your brother is actually a good person, she said, which was rare of her. When Xiashirsi heard this, she smiled. Yes, my brother's a good person. He treats me very well, too. When I was young, he would fight with people who bullied me. Where we used to live, the people in town called him the little bully. Fengjiu smiled and said to her, Take off the medicine on your leg. I'll take a look. Xiashirsi was slightly startled. Now? Actually, my leg is only sprained. I think it should be better by tomorrow. Yes, since your brother isn't here, I'll take a look. I don't want him to accuse me of taking advantage of you when he comes back, Fengjiu said with a smile. Hearing this, Xiashirsi smiled and said, You won't take advantage of me. As she spoke, she took off her boots and untied the bandage on her leg. It had been wrapped for an entire day, so the skin where the medicine was wrapped was slightly wrinkled. Fengjiu touched her leg with his hand and heard Xiashirsi gasp slightly. TSK, it still hurts when you move. Hearing this, she put her hand on it and looked at Xiashirsi. She asked, Are you afraid of encountering these things on this trip? Yes, but with you by our side, I don't feel so afraid. Xiashirsi said honestly. She looked at Fengjiu and said, When I fell in here, I was very afraid, but when you and my brother came, I wasn't afraid anymore. But when I saw the wolf pack just now, I was also very scared. I've never seen so many wolf beasts before. Those people were so powerful, and they were all injured. I thought we were dead for sure. While talking to her, Fengjiu's hand on Xiashirsi's ankle turned slightly. In the darkness of the night, no one saw that her palm was releasing a faint green light, which was slowly seeping into Xiashirsi's ankle. All right, this leg can't be wrapped with medicine all the time. Let it breathe, Fengjiu said, motioning for her to put on her boots. He took out some water to wash his hands. On the other side, the old man and the middle-aged man returned. Both of them were injured, especially the old man. His face was a little pale, and his gray robe was stained with blood. Guoxining went up and helped the old man to sit down. Looking at the injured Guo family disciples, the old man coughed and asked, How are the casualties? Great Elder, don't worry. No one died. Only a few of them were seriously injured. The rest of them are more or less injured, Guoxining said. Hearing this, the first elder, who had just sat down, stood up again. I'll go take a look. Great Elder, you are also injured. Sit down and rest. the middle-aged man said, supporting him and not letting him get up. Only now did Guaxining notice that Great Elder's shoulder was bleeding, but his clothes were not torn. Startled, he asked, "Is Great Elder's injury serious? I was afraid that you would be worried, so I simply bandaged my wounds and changed my clothes before coming back." The middle-aged man looked at the pale first elder and sighed. Hearing this, Guaxining's heart sank. If that was the case, then his injuries were probably very serious. "All right, I'm fine. I'll be fine after a short rest," the old man said and gestured. "Go check on the others. I don't need you here." Seeing this, although Guaxining was worried, he still replied, "Yes." Only then did he turn around to look at the others. Chapter 26:59. In the darkness of the night, no one knew that several ferocious beasts that had come for the smell of blood had been silently repelled by Fengjiu. With the Gua family as the center, an ancient pressure faintly spread out in the air, intimidating those ferocious beasts that had been eyeing them covetously, making them not dare to take even half a step closer. At this time, the old man and the middle-aged man of the Gua family were looking around worriedly. "The smell of blood here is too strong. I'm afraid it will attract the ferocious beasts again. Now our people are injured like this and can't bear a second attack." First Elder and Uncle's son, "Don't worry. I have arranged for people with lighter injuries to guard around," Guaxining said, glancing at the people around him. Suddenly, he saw a cyan figure coming out of the dark and sitting back under the tree. "You have to be careful," the old man said in a weak voice. "If it weren't for the crisis at night and our people being exhausted, we really couldn't stay here any longer. I'll take 2 more people to patrol around," Guaxining said, saluting and turning away. Sha Yutong saw that Guaxining was about to take 2 people to patrol around, so he stepped forward and said, "Brother Gua, your injury hasn't been treated yet. If the wound is not treated, it will be inflamed." Hearing this, Guaxining looked at his injury and showed a gentle smile. "It doesn't matter. It's just a small injury. Small injuries also need to be treated," Sha Yutong said, turning around to ask the person around him for the medicine. Unexpectedly, the person said, "The medicine has been used up, and there are still several people who don't have medicine. There are too many people injured this time, and the medicine brought is not enough." Hearing this, Sha Yutong was stunned. He glanced at them and saw Guaxining smile. Then he took him to Fengjiu under the tree. "Fengjiu still has half a bottle of medicine. I'll ask him to bandage you." Guaxining was pulled to Fengjiu under the tree. Looking at the young man in cyan, sitting with his eyes closed, Guaxining's eyes flashed slightly, but he didn't speak. "Xiaojiu." Sha Yutong showed a flattering smile and called him Xiaojiu instead of Fengjiu. Seeing Fengjiu open his eyes, he hurriedly said, "Well, they have used up all the medicine for wounds. I remember you still have half a bottle of medicine for wounds. Use that medicine to bandage Brother Gua's wound." Seeing this, Fengjiu took out the half-filled bottle of medicine and gestured, "Sit down." Guaxining sat down and took off his jacket, revealing the wound on his chest and the wound on his arm. He tilted his head slightly and looked at Fengjiu. He saw that his expression was indifferent. After cleaning the wound, he took out some medicine and simply bandaged the wound. "That's enough." Fengjiu stood up and said, "Are you going to patrol the night?" "I'll go." With that, she walked into the darkness alone. "Hey, Xiaojiu." Sha Yutong wanted to stop him, but he had already gone to the dark. "Don't worry, I'll go with him," Guaxining said, turning back to tell the other 2 men, and then walked to the dark. Feng Nine walked around, holding a branch that she had picked up from somewhere. She fiddled with the weeds from time to time. Her pace was neither fast nor slow. Rather than saying that she was patrolling, it was better to say that she was taking a walk. Hearing the movement behind her, she looked back and saw Guaxining. She asked, "Why are you here, Child Gua?" Chapter 2660. Guaxining came to Fengjiu's side and tilted his head slightly to look at this youth who was half a head shorter than him. "I am only a servant in the Xiefu. Naturally, I cannot break the rules. But from what I see, you don't look like a servant at all. In fact, you look more like a master than Yutong." He stared at him as though he wanted to see something from his face. Feng Jiu laughed lightly. That is because he is casual and does not have the airs of a master. Is that so? It was clear that he did not believe it. The two did not speak and slowly walked around, observing the movements in the surroundings. After a long time, Guaxining broke the silence. Why were you not injured when you faced the wolf pack? He had wanted to ask this question when he saw that they did not have any wounds. He had held it in until now and finally asked. Hearing this, Feng Jiu tilted his head slightly to look at him, his face filled with shock. Young Master Guo wants us to be injured? Guaxining did not expect to hear him ask this. He looked deeply at Feng Jiu and shook his head. No, I just have some doubts. What is there to be puzzled about? It is because you were protecting us that we were not injured. She said it matter-of-factly, as though it was the truth. If Guaxining had not seen the scene at the time and knew that the Guo family would not have been able to protect them in that kind of situation, he would have really believed his words. Not being able to get anything out of him, he did not ask further and just silently patrolled the night. However, as the night deepened and the surroundings became quieter, he could not help but stop walking and look into the darkness of the forest. What is it? Feng Jiu also stopped walking and asked. It is very strange. Guaxining said. Feng Jiu's eyes moved slightly and asked. What is strange? The blood of the wolf pack, the blood of the Guo clan's injured disciples, has permeated this place for a long time without dissipating. The smell of blood is so heavy, yet there are no ferocious beasts around. This doesn't make sense. Guaxining pondered. He couldn't think of a reason why the night had become so peaceful. Anyone with a little bit of experience in the outside world would know that in a forest full of dangerous, ferocious beasts, especially at night, the smell of blood would cause the ferocious beasts to become restless. However, other than the wolf pack that had fought with them earlier, the smell of blood did not attract any other ferocious beasts. This was somewhat illogical because he originally thought that tonight would definitely be a bitter battle, but he didn't expect it to be so peaceful. Feng Jiu chuckled. Do you always overthink things? Isn't it a good thing that there are no more ferocious beasts? Her ancient pressure was emitted outwards, and Guaxining's strength wasn't too strong, so he naturally couldn't sense the existence of her ancient pressure. That's right. How long will it take to get out of here? She even left some pills in the Bao Lu. She said that she would get the items to exchange after 7 days. If they were trapped here, they would probably miss it. There's a transportation array set up by our clan here. As long as we reach it, we will be able to leave the forest of 1,000 poisons. Guaxining said, his brows slightly furrowed. However, everyone is injured now, and I can see that the Great Elder's injuries are not light. I'm afraid that we will encounter many ferocious beasts along the way. If you want to climb over that mountain to reach the transportation array, it will probably take some time. Chapter 2661. If there was no teleportation formation, they wouldn't have been teleported here from the Ruan clan's teleportation formation. However, where was the Ruan clan's teleportation formation? Could it be at the place where they were teleported out? Thinking of this, she shook her head inwardly. That shouldn't be possible. There shouldn't be any formation at that place. Or rather, when she heard Xie Shirsi's exclamation, she didn't go there to check. Perhaps the Ruan clan's formation was hidden there. However, now that they had traveled so far, they naturally couldn't go back there to look for the formation, which they didn't know if it existed. She sighed in her heart. It seemed that she could only leave with the Guo clan. That night, although it was not very peaceful, the latter half of the night was very peaceful. Although those who were injured did not dare to sleep too deeply, in the end, they could not resist the tiredness that came over them and fell into a deep sleep. When they woke up, they found that the morning sun had already shone on the forest. The night had passed, and a new day welcomed them. It's daybreak. No ferocious beasts attacked us last night. That's great. Cheers rang out from everyone's mouths. Naturally, they didn't know that they were able to sleep peacefully without being attacked by fierce beasts because someone had blocked the danger for them. It was because someone had protected them that they were able to safely pass through the night. The middle-aged man stood up and coughed deeply. He looked at everyone and said, "Let's set off." Yes. Everyone responded with a big grin on their faces. When the CS siblings saw Feng Jiu walk back, they asked, "Xiao Jiu, are you tired?" Feng Jiu shook his head. "No, there's a fruit here. Eat it." Xie Shixi took out a fruit and handed it to him. Feng Jiu smiled. "No need. I have some." She fished out 3 fruits from her sleeve and handed one to each of them. "Have a taste." As soon as she finished speaking, she took a bite of the fruit. The Xie siblings looked at the bright red fruit and couldn't help but be surprised. They took a bite, but once it entered their mouths, they felt different. This was a spirit fruit. The fruit was fresh, sweet, and juicy. With just one bite, they could feel their dry throats being moistened by the juice. A trace of spiritual energy spread through their bodies, making them feel full of energy. After eating the fruits, they continued on their journey with the Guo family. Along the way, they occasionally encountered ferocious beasts, but they didn't appear in groups, so the Guo family didn't have much trouble dealing with them. However, at noon, a cry of surprise came from the front of the group. "Great Elder! Great Elder!" Those who were walking at the back looked to the front and saw that the old man in front seemed to have fainted. Everyone surrounded him in panic and called out, "What's wrong with the Grand Elder? Why did you suddenly faint?" Great Elder's face is so pale. He's breaking out in cold sweat. Hearing the crowd's words, Feng Jiu and the others also walked forward. However, they were all surrounded by the Guo family members and could not squeeze their way forward. They could only vaguely see the old man fainted and Guo Xining taking off his outer robe. Maybe the injuries on his body have worsened. The middle-aged man said with worry in his eyes. Chapter 2662. The white cloth wrapped around the wound was oozing with blood. It had a yellowish-white color, and there was a faint stench coming from it. When Guo Xining took off the cloth covering the wound and saw the red, swollen, inflamed, and festering wound, he couldn't help gasping. How can this wound be so serious?" Everyone's expression changed when they saw the bone-deep wound on the old man's shoulder. It was a wound caused by the Wolf King. The deep claw marks were a ghastly sight, especially when the wound was worsening. It was even more frightening. "I didn't expect the wound to become like this overnight." The middle-aged man looked dignified. Guo Xining looked at the middle-aged man and asked, "Uncle Son, can't you do anything about it?" His medical skills were one of the best in the clan. In addition to his fighting ability, medical skills were also a major factor in this team. "The situation is not very good," the middle-aged man said. "The wound has become like this in just one night. Other than the fire poison in the body, the wound still needs to be disinfected. It's just that we didn't bring enough medicine this time. We don't have any more anti-inflammatory medicine or medicine to treat the wound. First Elder, I'm afraid you can't hold on until we get to the transmission formation," Guo Xining said and fell silent for a while. "Well, will it be better to remove the festering flesh?" The sudden voice made everyone stunned. They turned around and looked at Shai Yutong with displeasure and contempt. "It's easy for you to say. That's meat. How can you do it casually?" Shai Yutong touched his nose embarrassedly and just said, "My original wound was also a little inflamed and festered. Feng Jiu cured it for me." I thought that before he finished speaking, he saw everyone looking at him again. He waved his hand quickly. "Forget it. If you think this method is not good, just listen to it. Don't take it seriously." Feng Jiu glanced at him speechlessly. Was this guy's brain kicked by the furnace again? Why did he always get into trouble? Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Guo Xining looked over. "Feng Jiu, do you know medicine?" Feng Jiu paused and looked at him. "I know a thing or two." Hearing this, the people who originally had hope in their hearts couldn't help but be disappointed again. How could a brat like him know anything about medicine? Even Uncle Sun said that the situation is not good. What can he do? That's right. This brat has been hiding in the back all this time. Sometimes, he doesn't even make a sound. If he doesn't speak, I treat him as if he's invisible. How could he know anything about medicine? Hearing their words, Feng Jiu smiled. His eyes narrowed slightly as his gaze swept across everyone's faces. Then, he said leisurely, "Although I only know a little, it's more than enough to treat this kind of injury." Hearing this, Xining's eyes lit up. Really? Of course. She stood there without moving and simply responded. TSK, this grandson is quite arrogant. That's right. Aren't you afraid of blowing your own trumpet? Fengju looked at them with a smile. How about this? I'll treat your grandelder. If he's really cured. She paused and looked at them with narrowed eyes. How about it? How much does it cost? The Guo family's disciples looked at her with contempt in their eyes. Fengju smiled. I don't want the fee. As long as you see me in the future, you can call me ancestor.